Good afternoon, everybody. Are you ready? This is the big one. Lionel Messi or Kylian Mbappe? All eyes on the world's finest, but only one can get their hands on the golden trophy. It's the World Cup final. Argentina against France, with all the build-up of kickoff ahead of kickoff right here on the commentary hub. My name is Nicholas Jones, and I will be your host for our alternative coverage. And I'm delighted to have with me, in the lead up to the game, Russ Vernon and Jack Hesson. Good afternoon to you both.
Afternoon, Nicholas. Should be a good one. Looking forward to it.
Good afternoon, Nicholas. Good afternoon, everyone. Should be a good one, this one, and I'm looking forward to what's going to be one of the biggest games in world football. And of course, it is the World Cup. Nothing better can be this on the world stage. Looking forward to this one. Two greats on the world stage, but like I said, Nicholas, only one can win it. Will it be Lionel Messi in his final match for Argentina on the world stage, or will it be Kylian Mbappe winning it for a second successive World Cup?
Lionel Messi has won just about every trophy imaginable, but just one has eluded him. The famous Jules Rimet trophy, which he very nearly won back in 2014, and he has the chance to right the wrongs of 8 years ago. Stellar career for Argentina, having played with them since the age of 18, 171 apps and 96 goals. That winning the World Cup trophy, winning the World Cup would bring down the curtain on such an illustrious and glittering career. A fairy tale ending it would be for him.
Yes, he would, Nicholas. It would be a fairy tale ending for him as well, and he's done really well on the world stage. You have to say, he's like you say, he's won everything bar the World Cup. And could this be the year which he finally gets his hands on that Jules Rimet trophy come the end of kickoff this evening? We could end up seeing extra time and penalties, Nicholas, to solve this one. But will it be Lionel Messi who'll be cheering, waving that trophy in the air in his final appearance, or will it be on the world stage, that is, or will it be Kylian Mbappe doing it for a second successive World Cup? We'll have to wait and see. It's going to be a tough game, this. I think it could be won in the midfield battle. Whoever wins that midfield battle will probably go on to win the competition. And whoever wins that midfield battle will have a good final. I'm surprised with a couple of one of the starting lineup selections for Argentina. I'm not surprised by the France lineup. We'll get into the lineups a little bit later on when we get closer to kickoff. But this is going to be a big game in prospecting. It should be a good one, this one, Nicholas. And I'm wondering if Lionel Messi has been thinking about this all through the night, and whether he got much sleep last night, or whether he managed to get a bit of sleep and his teammates have helped him relax ahead of this one.
One can only hope that he is fit and ready. One can only hope that he is fit and ready. But now we turn our attention for a moment to Kylian Mbappe. He has the chance to already add to his growing reputation. 33 in 65, and he's still only 24. So even if he doesn't win, he's still got many years ahead of him.
Jack, do you want to take this one, my friend, on Kylian Mbappe?
Of course, yeah, absolutely. It goes without saying, 23 years old, on the cusp of his second World Cup. That is just, I know he's in a France team who are star-studded. You know, he's lucky in a sense that he has came through under a second outstanding set of French players, given the previous set in 2018. Much of them are still there. So he's got a bit of luck in the sense that he's been part of great lineups and great teams compared to perhaps Lionel Messi, who Argentina haven't had as strong a teams what France has had over the 4 years. So, there is that for him. But as I said, to be on the cusp of his second World Cup, he scored in the last World Cup final. He's had a great World Cup so far. He's up for the Golden Boot potentially. And I think if he does go and help them win the World Cup tonight, he will definitely get player of the tournament as well. So there's so many different factors, different stories involved in this final between Mbappe and Lionel Messi. But for Mbappe, listen, I think there's not a lot of pressure on him for this. He's already won it. He's 23 years old. I don't think this will be the last time we'll see him on this stage again. And we'll definitely see him again with however long he's going to play football for. So for him, I feel like there's such little pressure on him to go and actually deliver. But for a player like Mbappe, he strives under being able to just play his game, to play to his own abilities. So I think playing with a lot less pressure than what Lionel Messi has to put up with this afternoon is actually going to go in his own favour in the end.
Yes, it certainly will be. But whilst Messi and Mbappe have been grabbing all the headlines, there are other players to consider for both of them as well, including Julian Alvarez, very much the understudy to Messi, but he scored quite a few goals himself, hasn't he? 4 in total.
He has, Nicholas, yes, and he's looked really, really good in this side alongside Lionel Messi. Whether he's played him in a 2 or front like he has done in the past few games, or in the number 10 role just off of Lionel Messi's, look really, really good. Or Messi just off him, he's looked really, really good. And Julian Alvarez has caused quite a few problems for opposition defences when he's come up against him. So he looks to cause a few problems, and that's his goal in the semi-final against Croatia was absolutely superb. That superb solo run and finish. Got a bit lucky with the defenders not clearing it properly, but he did really, really well to score there, and he's looked good in this competition. What do you think of Alvarez in this competition, Jack?
Well, exactly as you said there, in terms of the goal he scored in the semi-final, that's a crucial goal for them in a game which obviously meant quite a lot, being a World Cup semi-final. And he has had a good World Cup so far. And an Argentina side that I think by and large are filled with sort of players of a decent standard, but not sort of world-class quality outside of Lionel Messi. They have relied on other players as well to come out and deliver, like Enzo Fernandez, Emiliano Martinez in goal. And one of those players, of course, has been Alvarez at this World Cup. A lot of that has came through Messi. A lot of that has been with Messi at the focal point. But you still need players of a good enough standard there to work with Messi and to essentially go and get some of the other goals that they have been getting. And I think that's what Alvarez has been good at. I mean, you look at his solo run in the last game, just showed sheer determination to get in amongst that and get that goal. And I think that sums him up as a player. We haven't seen a lot of him this season as well. So, you add in the fact that he's not played an awful lot of football, obviously working under Erling Haaland at Manchester City. So, yeah, I absolutely have been impressed with him, given that he hasn't actually had a lot of minutes this season for Manchester City.
We've now got somebody else with us, Mike Hardiman. Mike, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Nicholas. How are we doing, mate? You okay?
Yes, I'm doing good. Yes, I'm doing good. Going back, do you agree? Do you agree with what you've heard so far in the build-up to the World Cup final?
Yeah, Julian Alvarez. I just caught a little bit of what they were saying there. I think he's a fantastic player for Argentina. Obviously, alongside Messi as well and co. I think they're going to be, a big threat to this France side. I've only literally just caught the end of that conversation there, to be honest. But I'd probably tend to agree with it so far. Yeah.
And I also read an article this morning about Emiliano Martinez. He's had quite the journey since 10 years ago when he was on loan at Oxford United, and this was back when he was a trainee at Arsenal. Now he's risen through the ranks to become goalkeeper at Aston Villa. So the World Cup final could equally be important for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I know Emi Martinez obviously had quite a bit of a difficult time at Arsenal. he was there for 10 years, and then he had quite a number of loans with Oxford and Rotherham and teams like that. And then he was just breaking through at Arsenal and, being given a bit of an opportunity with Bernd Leno there as well. And then Leno got injured and he was given his chance. And then come the end of that season was when he decided he wanted to move on to Aston Villa. So, yeah, he's had a very sort of bit of a difficult time when he was at Arsenal. He's doing well for Villa. And he's doing the business for Argentina as well, as you can see. So, see what happens today, but he'll play a big part for sure.
Meantime, now for France, they are the first defending champions in the final for 24 years. Ironically, they beat Brazil, who held that feat at the Stade de France in Paris. But they certainly don't want Argentina to beat them the way they did. They did Brazil all those years ago. And something else I found out: Didier Deschamps could become only the third man to win the World Cup 3 times, including both players and manager, after Pelé and Mario Zagallo. And you've got to give credit to France, because despite all the adversity with injuries to almost dropping out of the Nations League and illnesses among everything else, they have made it to the finals. So will this give them a bit of an extra sense of urgency and motivation?
Yeah, they're going to want to win it, no doubt. Obviously, to become the team to win it back to back, obviously, as well as you mentioned there, for winning it last time out and winning it this time. Obviously, what you mentioned with Didier Deschamps as well, he'll certainly want to win it. And they've got the players to win it as well. They've got a really talented group of players there, and the likes of Mbappe and Dembele, Griezmann, Giroud. They've got a really talented group. Rabiot as well, who comes back in today. They've got a really good group of players. Tuchemani as well. They've got a really solid group of players there. And I believe it's going to be a really good game. It's going to be. It's going to be won by fine margins, I think, because there's not an awful lot really in it between the two sides for me. But as you say, Deschamps and France are certainly going to have the bit between their teeth as well, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and also when you look at it as well, and you look at the team that France have picked today, we'll go on to the full lineups in a minute when we'll be closer to kick-off when we hand across to the commentary team. When I look at the teams here that I've got all starting today, you look at the midfield for France: Griezmann, Tuchemani, Rabiot. That's not really changed much in the tournament, apart from the game against Tunisia in the last group game when they already knew they were through. But until it was miss out through illness. And you look at it in that midfield, and majority of that team that France have picked today, they've worked together quite a bit over this tournament. They've got the cohesion and chemistry with them. Yeah, and then when you look at the Argentinian side, they've got same. The only really one that they really ain't got much chemistry or cohesion with is Angel Di Maria coming in on that right hand side. But that should make a difference for Argentina. They can get this France side. You look at what teams have done when they've got France. France have looked shaky at the back. You saw that when England got them in the quarter final, and now naturally just missed out in the end of that game. But you look at the team, you can see both teams are really good on paper, and both defenses are really, the French defense is a really strong one on paper. But it's not one on paper, but you can see if you get some of the players in that back line for France, like Upamecano, Varane, Koundé, through the back line. Koundé's a natural centre back by trade, having to play out of position because of injuries in the tournament. But you look at it, and they've got a really good cohesion across the back and across the team in total. France, Argentina have similar, just Di Maria probably may not be on the same wavelength as Molina or Messi or De Paul. But that could build up during the game, when it's probably build up during the game leading up to it in training when they knew what side were going to be picked out. So good side on paper for both of them. And I think it's going to be a tough one to see. The midfield battle, but you can see the midfield three for France really strong, and that's what they like. And you see when they haven't got the ball, you'll see Dembele drop back into the midfield to make it a 4-4-2 as well to match up Argentina when France haven't got the ball, and when they have Dembele just rushes forward, gets in support of Giroud and Mbappe, which is something which all teams like to see, flexibility within the players on the field of playing. And I know Mike's got a point to what I've just said there. Do you want to come back in, Mike?
Yeah, it's just regarding what you were saying there about the France defence and the way that France play as well. Take that semi-final against Morocco. Everyone expected France to get through that comfortably, and they won that game 2-0. But Morocco had very good chances. I think they had 3 or 4 really big chances there, and I think that's where the Argentine side can really punish them. The likes of Alvarez and Messi, because they're different quality to what the Moroccan players are. Obviously, don't disrespect Morocco because they've done fantastically to get to that stage of the tournament. But the Argentine players with Messi, Alvarez, and Di Maria as well are on a different level to what Morocco are. And if they can create those same sort of chances, they'll put a couple of them away.
I think, sorry, just to get a word in on that, I think it's a testament for Deschamps just how good he's got this team going. They've got a ridiculous wealth of talent, France, but it's one thing having a ridiculous wealth of talent, and it's another thing creating a cohesive unit and team to consistently go at this level. You talk back about how this is Deschamps' potentially 3rd World Cup win as a player and a manager. Well, that's just the experience that he has played at the World Cup. He knows essentially how to work it, and he's got the players to do it as well. And I think, pointing on to the fact as well that the previous winners who were going into a second consecutive final were Brazil in 98. That only adds to the experience that Deschamps has because, he was on the Argentina side of that essentially in 1998 when France were trying to stop Brazil going back to back again. So again, that just adds into the experience. He almost has an idea of this situation from one side, and he'll know how to approach this game, how to approach the World Cup final. Again, showing his own experience as a manager and bringing it to a ridiculously talented squad of players.
Yes, indeed, he certainly will be. Kickoff is less than 45 minutes away, and as well as being on the main Commentary Hub YouTube channel, we're also live on the Commentary Hub to JB Sports, Storm FM, and Turton Talks Football. You can also catch us on our Twitch channel. We'll have team news in less than 15 minutes' time. And whilst the France Argentina match is getting all the hype, and rightly so, I've got a few extra questions to ask about the World Cup and Qatar as a whole. Has Qatar 2022 really been the success that people have hoped? Starting with you, Russ.
I think so, because when you look at it, this tournament, a lot of people didn't think it was going to work. We've always been like, well, Qatar's famous for, but when I hear from people who's been out there and spoke to people out there, that have gone on Facebook and on social media, they've said it's been really that kind. Everyone's been treated fairly, whether you've been English, French, Argentinian, Moroccan. They've all gone on well. They've mixed together. You've seen a few people sit and talk amongst each other. I was watching one of the games, I can't remember which one it was now, and there was a young kid who was with a opposite nation. I think it was a Spain-Germany game, and it was a German fan who was sat behind the Spanish one, and the Spanish family who had the kid with them just was sat on the German fan's knee behind them in the crowd watching the game, and they were all getting along, chatting together. I think it's been a real success. I think when you look at it all, the football, considering what everyone thought it has been, and yes, this is not the final everyone was hoping for in the end, but the football throughout the tournament has been fantastic from everyone that's took part. You wouldn't have expected Morocco to get to the semi-finals like they did and then get to the third place playoff. Both of these teams are doing really, really well, and the football has been on show, has been absolutely fantastic. And like I said, the people I've spoken to out there, everyone's been treated fairly. There's been no one being treated other than just being treated as normal people, other than football fans out there. And absolutely been fantastic in how there, Nicholas, and I think it's really been a success this tournament. And you see that from a lot of the media coverage. That's out there. That has been fantastic, and everyone's who's out there has been really enjoying it. So I think for me, it's been a successful tournament.
Jack, Mike, do you agree?
I agree in a sense that it has been great that the football has sort of taken over the debate and the argument. I think going into this World Cup and as it has been throughout it, it is good and it is right that people point out, what has been going on in Qatar and, the very many well publicized issues and everything that was going on in regards to that. But at the same time, the football has also taken precedent as well, and it's been good. There's been some great games of football. I think by and large, as far as we're all aware, there hasn't been any major incidents or anything like that of note. I think it's also noticing that as well, that there hasn't been a lot of fights. There hasn't been a lot of, fights between fans as we maybe have seen it at other major tournaments in the Euros and the World Cups previously. So that's been great as well. And again, I think it's difficult to say how this legacy of this World Cup is going to be seen in the years going forward. I don't think it takes away anything that any of the, not getting too much into it, what is going on in that particular country. But and all in all, I have enjoyed it. It has been a good World Cup, and the football has taken place, and eventually that's all that really matters. Really, if you've got a football tournament, is that it becomes about the football, and we've all been embracing the football, keeping those arguments and those debates at the same time going on has been good as well. But allowing the football to take place and enjoying it has also been good. And I think overall it has been a good World Cup.
Yeah, I'd probably tend to agree in large as well. There has been a few instances. I think there's been a few ticketing issues and that sort of thing. But in large, it's been a really good World Cup. On the pitch, obviously, we've seen the shocks of Argentina losing to Saudi Arabia, Japan beating the Germans as well, wasn't it? I think it was. We've seen the shocks on the pitch, obviously, with Morocco doing so well as well. So we've seen that side of things, which has obviously made it an exciting tournament. And obviously we've got to touch on VAR and stuff as well, because that's played a big part in the tournament as well. And obviously the fact we're having so many minutes of additional time and everything like that in the majority of the games as well. But in large, it adds to the excitement and the drama of it. So yeah, overall, I think it's been a World Cup in general that they can be proud of. Yeah.
Yes, but one thing I must question is the one thing that has to be brought into question is the standard of refereeing. Sometimes it's been good, other times it's not been so good, and at times downright terrible.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that as well. Sorry, just there was that one game, wasn't there, the Netherlands-Argentina game, and the amount of bookings in that game, and that's probably the exception, that one game, because yeah, people are just watching the World Cup and they've only seen one or two games, and then that's one of the games that they've seen. The referee did kind of, he did kind of struggle to manage both sides on that occasion. So, I can see your point. Yeah.
Yeah, so we can now also get the thoughts of one of our commentators, Paul James. Paul, do you agree with what Mike said?
Yeah, but I mean, I would more say what you have said, Nick, that the officiating has been extremely poor in this competition, and it's been so poor, in fact, that it has had it's taken the shine off what has really been a good tournament football wise. The VAR as well, the VAR system, it needs overhauling. I think just on a world level, in this World Cup compared to the last World Cup, having these 5 people in VAR are still missing a huge amount of important incidents in the game. So really, is it working? Should they scrap it? Should they revamp it? For me, I think it's time for VAR to go now, because I think the rules within association football are so malleable that it's very, very difficult to come to a clear conclusion with this. And we're certainly not using it for what it was for, which was clear and obvious errors.
Yes, and good afternoon. By the way, I've got to say that earlier.
Good afternoon, Nick, and good afternoon, everybody, as well.
But after Qatar 2022, will more Middle Eastern countries want to host future tournaments? I've been hearing that Saudi Arabia are aiming to jointly bid for 2030 along with Egypt and Greece.
Well, I don't see any reason why not. It's a World Cup. It involves the world. Why shouldn't countries all over the world want to host the event? I don't see any reason why not. But I think you've got to look at the infrastructure. Do they have the infrastructure there to host such a big tournament? If so, why not put the bid in? As long as the outcome is determined fairly without corruption.
Russ,
Yeah,
Mike,
I agree with that, mate. Yeah, I agree. I think when you look at how Qatar has done, they've done a really good job on the whole, and like we've all said so far, Nicholas. And when you look at it, everyone's and majority of people that I've spoken to have enjoyed the coverage and enjoyed it being out there. With some of the fans I know that have gone out there, and they've all enjoyed it. And I think when you look at how they've hosted it, and they've hosted it really, really well, and had stadiums close together, so fans, if they want to go to every single game, can get from one game to the next one. There's been like 3 on the same day, or 3 or 4 on the same day. Everyone's been able to get across very, very quickly to each game. And I think if other countries look at how they've done it and have user stadiums that are close to each other to host games on the same day, maybe not in the same groups, but on the same day, where you only have to go, like, say, out of one stadium onto like a train, and then you're the next stadium. If they do it like that, like Qatar have done, I think more people will probably want to go to those tournaments and those places to see and try and get to every single game. Like, and 'cause I know a couple of people that are friends of mine on that who've got a YouTube channel, and I've got one of them on Facebook. They've been to every single game in this World Cup, and they've gone to every single match, and they've enjoyed it out there. And I think if more countries want to host it and do something similar to what Qatar have done, like I say, the Middle East countries, I'd say, like Saudi Arabia, I'd say make sure the stadiums are close by like this one. So if they want to go to every single game and there's like 3 in a day, they can quite easily make every single game instead of having to leave some games and, like, say, half time to get to the next one and miss and all off. There was only the odd occasion where I think one of the people I'm referring to that I've noticed going out there who left with 5 minutes to go in one game just because of time to get to the next one before the next one kicked off inside the stadium. Well, that's only missing like he went as soon as injury time came on, so he only missed the stoppage time of the game. So whether we not many goes in stoppage time in that game. So I think if they do it like they've done with this one, I can't see why this has been a success. I can't see why more Middle East countries can host it as well and have a really good success rate.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. That would be indeed. That would be a good success rate. But
I think Jack wants to jump in as well, Nicholas.
Yeah,
I think.
yeah. Yes, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, if it's done in a way where they can put their case up, a country like Saudi Arabia could put their case forward as to why they should be the next host of the World Cup, and it gets voted for in a fair process, then really there's no disputing that. I still think that all in all, it shouldn't have been given to Qatar. It shouldn't have been given to Qatar in the first place at all. But listen, that's all done now. The tournament is all but over, and they got the World Cup. And as we've been saying, from what we've heard and what we know of, it has been relatively instant free. I mean, there's probably been more instance at other World Cups previously, to be honest. But again, that is based off what we've all heard as well. So it'll be interesting as the dust settles to see what will be said going forward about what has happened or hasn't happened at this World Cup. So in that sense, I don't really think that a country like Saudi Arabia, similar to Qatar, would be a suitable place for the World Cup. Again, not at this immediate moment. But again, listen, if they make their case, if they have a good plan forward and it gets voted on, then there's no really arguing with that if it's a fair and proper process.
Before we go over to the team news, Mike has got a point to make quickly.
Yeah, it's just regarding obviously the human rights issue as well. That's the only thing for me. Obviously, we've had all the talk of the human rights and a lot of people losing their lives and stuff before with the making to the stadiums and working on the stadiums and that sort of thing. So that's the only issue for me with it. But a lot of these nations that they love their football, and it's probably the only opportunity they're going to get to see these players firsthand. So I'd probably still go with it, and I'd probably still say if it's done fairly and stuff, then yeah, there's no reason why they can't host it. But they just need to pay a bit more attention to the human rights, I think, as well. Yeah.
Right. Thanks for now, gentlemen. We're now about 30 minutes away from kickoff, and we can now bring in our main commentator, John JB Stuttard, with the team news. Good afternoon, JB.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Nicholas. Good afternoon, panel. Good afternoon, and welcome to this final. Me and Paul James are limbering up with love hearts and cups of tea and everything. The team news. I should tell you that there has been a late change to the Argentinian lineup. That is Nicolas Tafledio has come on for Acuna, who now drops to the bench. So this is the full Argentina lineup from goalkeeper to striker. It's Eddie Martinez in goal, and then it's Mahu Molina, Christian Romero, Nicolas Otamendi, the former Manchester City player, who incidentally wins his 100th cap tonight. Nicolas Talafigo, who's come in, the man from Lyon, wins his 48th cap tonight. Then it's Angel Di Maria winning his 189th cap, the Juventus man formerly at Manchester United. Rodrigo De Paul, Enzo Fernandez of Benfica winning his only 10th cap. Then Brighton's Alexis McAllister, Lionel Messi winning his 172nd, and he's got 96 goals now. And the unlikely event, if he scores 4, he will score 100 international goals. I don't think it'll happen today. And then Julian Alvarez of Manchester City up front, alongside him up front. Now, the French team, as everyone knows, Didier Deschamps has had a lot to do in the last couple of days. There's been a flu bug going through and one or two other bits. But this is the side he's managed to pick out. There's a few changes. Not in the 11 is Benjamin Pavard. So this is the team. Hugo Lloris, obviously in goal, and he's 145th cap. Then it's Jules Koundé, Raphael Varane, Dago Cumberland, and Theo Fernandez across the back of AC, who plays for AC Milan. So quite a mixture, mainly inexperienced, but an experienced one in defence in Raphael Varane. And then it's Takadani, Adrian Rabiot of Juventus, Ousmane Dembele of Barcelona winning his 35th cap, and Antoine Griezmann winning his 117th cap. Then Kylian Mbappe, 33 goals to his name from 65 previous internationals, winning his 66th cap tonight. And then up front, that evergreen Olivier Giroud, a match winner against England, of course. He has 53 goals to his name and wins his 120th cap tonight, the man from AC Milan. What will be interesting, and I don't know if you guys have touched on it, the battle for the Golden Boot, of course. Now, Mbappe and Messi, a lot of people have been building up as the battle between Messi and Mbappe. Now, the reason they built it up to that extent is the fact that they've got 5 goals each and are, at this moment in time, before kickoff, having a joint share of the Golden Boot award. Now, whoever scores more than the other today will win that Golden Boot award. So there's a lot more pride. But then again, when I hand back to you now, Nicholas, if you would have the Golden Boot rather than the World Cup, or would you trade a Golden Boot for the World Cup? What would you do? I think I'd probably have the World Cup. Guys, Nicholas, panel, it's back to you.
Thank you very much, JB. We'll join you about 5-10 minutes before kickoff, and I personally don't know whether I choose the Golden Boot or the World Cup, to be honest. To be quite honest with you, but one question I just remembered is two concerning Qatar as a whole. What will the legacy mean after everything is finished, and what will the World Cup mean for Qatar going forward in terms of hosting events? Because they already have rounds in Formula One and MotoGP. Well, they didn't this year for F1 because of the World Cup and everything, but they will be from 2023, I might add. They're also they're looking to host the the World Aquatics Championships in 2024 and plan to go for and are hosting the Asian Games in 2030. And a surprising revelation that came out, that I found out earlier today, is that they're planning to host they're planning to bid for the Olympic Games in 2036. So Qatar could well be a country on the up.
It could be, Nicholas, yes, and you've seen that they've hosted this really, really well, and I think Qatar will be looking to try and qualify for more World Cups, yes. They didn't have a good one this time around, and they went out in the group stage, and I think when you look at it, if you look at it as well, Qatar, yes, I think we've been host of this World Cup, Nicholas, and how well they've done in hosting the World Cup as well. You see it come to fruition and you see how well they've done. Only thing I can think of is they wanted to get to more and try and get to that next stage, try and get out of the group next time around. Because this time, yes, I know it was probably one of the first times they've been in a World Cup for quite some time, and they didn't really put on a good performance or a good show at that point. But when you look at it from a different standpoint, you see how well they've done with the World Cup. You see how well they've hosted it. They wanted to get out of the tournament. If they qualify for the next World Cup, they want to get out of the group stage next time, try and test themselves in the knockout game, see how well they're doing the knockout game. And like I said, they scored a goal in this competition. They'll be able to add a few more goals to the game if they get into the next World Cup, which something they'll be working on in the matches leading up to the next World Cup should they end up qualifying, which who knows they could do with, depending on how well they're doing the qualifiers that they've got coming up for the next World Cup. But we'll have to wait and see, Nicholas. But I think when you look at it, I think they wanted to get that one step further next, first and foremost, and then look at see where that takes them, and then maybe push on the next World Cup after that. If we get to the group stage this time and get to round of 16 and then get knocked out, the following one, get to the quarterfinals, and then maybe get to a semi-final, and then maybe get to a final. Who knows? You see, in the next World Cup, they could do something similar to what Morocco's done in this World Cup and get to a semi-final and cause a few shocks on the way, but you never know. But like I said, at least they scored a goal there. And to answer JB's question, I'd probably go for the World Cup all day long. And like Mike said, Harry Kane in the last World Cup won the Golden Boot, but we didn't win the tournament. I traded and gained a Golden Boot to get my hands on that World Cup trophy, and I think that's what Mbappe and Messi will be thinking. They'll be thinking, I don't care if I don't win the Golden Boot. If I've got a player alongside me, I'm going to square it to them and and make sure my team wins the World Cup rather than me trying to get that Golden Boot trophy. At the moment, he's got the Golden Boot as well because of the number of assists he's got, Lionel Messi. But if he sees Julian Alvarez alongside him and he's 2-on-1 in favour of Argentina with Messi and Alvarez, and then there's just Hugo Lloris, I think he'll probably square for. I think he could end up squaring it and think, right, Lloris is going to save my shot here. Alvarez has got a clear shot on goal, open goal, out squared across there, and then your country still won the World Cup, yes, and you may still win the Golden Boot, but who knows? But for me, I'd choose the World Cup over the Golden Boot any day, Nicholas, my friend.
Yes, indeed. But to get back to my second question, what does the World Cup mean for Qatar going forward? Because as I've already mentioned, they're looking to bid for the 2036 Olympics, and as I mentioned, they're hosting the World Aquatics Championships in 2024, and they also have rounds for Formula One and MotoGP, so they know how to put on events.
Yeah, that's right, Nicholas. They absolutely do. When you look at this World Cup, they'll be very proud of what they've done with this World Cup and the way it's all panned out for them. And it's brilliant for different countries to be involved in, the World Cup and other events as well. And putting on the events and hosting the events. It's just it's going to do an awful lot for their country as a whole. Get more people across to their country to go and see what their country's all about. And for countries like Qatar and other countries across the Middle East and sort of Asia and all of that as well. It could do a real lot for them. Yeah, in terms of their tourism and just boosting everything in general. They can the country's going to certainly thrive from that. Yeah.
Yes, indeed, they certainly could. In terms of who'll be present in the stands, the French President Emmanuel Macron and the FIFA President Gianni Infantino are expected to be present, along with other heads of state, including the Qatari Emir Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani. Alberto Fernandez, the Argentine president, won't be present, but he will be cheering for Argentina at home, and we briefly touched on Olivier Giroud. The fact that he's now France's leading goal scorer. Do you see him adding more? Do you see him adding more goals?
Yeah, I'm not too sure if this is going to potentially be his last one. I don't know what has been said in regards to it. It could definitely pop up with a goal this afternoon, and what a way that would be for France's all-time goal scorer to get a goal that could potentially win them the World Cup. I think he's got a goal in him this afternoon. If he stays on, he's got goals in him going forward. And how long he's going to be France's all-time top goal scorer for does remain to be seen. I think it's almost a guarantee that Mbappe is going to overtake that within the next few years.
He's 36 years old. Hasn't quite had the career like Messi, but a good one nonetheless. Runners up in the Euros with France in 2016 and winning the World Cup in 2018. As many of our English listeners will know, ex-Arsenal, ex-Chelsea. So he's had quite the career for club as well as country. And something else I should mention is that Argentina could become the second nation, I should say, that lost an opening match to win the World Cup after Spain in 2010. But all the same, when I was doing the game between Argentina and Saudi Arabia, I was stunned when they lost out to them so easily. But they picked themselves up and dusted themselves down. And Mike's got a point on Olivier Giroud.
Yeah, it's just regarding Olivier Giroud, as you say. He's a different kind of player to Griezmann and Mbappe. He's more of a focal point, and he'll win your headers. He'll bully defenders and things like that a little bit. He's quite a different kind of player to Mbappe. They're a bit more skillful and a bit more. They like to run at players and everything like that. Dembele, they'll run at players and they'll cause defenders issues that way. Whereas Giroud is, obviously a lot more of a physical presence.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. He will be. Kickoff is now nearly 15 minutes away now, and just had a quick notification from Paul. He's saying that Giroud might actually steal the Golden Boot himself. He is only one goal behind Messi and Mbappe, so the surprises never stop. As I mentioned just now, I was actually doing the game between Argentina and Saudi Arabia. So to come back from a shock loss like that must be truly incredible for them.
Yes, absolutely, Nicholas. When no one expected them to lose to Saudi Arabia at the start of the World Cup. And when that game happened, I think majority of the people were shocked to see that result. And majority of people who don't support Argentina or follow Argentina was actually probably quite happy that they lost that game. And when you look at the actual game as a whole, and then look how Argentina's done, built on that afterwards, they've probably gone back to the training pitch after that game and said, right, that game didn't go how we wanted it to do. And you look at it and think, right, look, this is what we're capable of doing. If we iron out these mistakes, which led to the Saudi Arabia goals, which they have ironed out the mistakes which led to the Saudi Arabian goals on that day, and play the way we like to play, don't make the silly mistakes that we did in that game, we can potentially go on and win this. They've got to the final. They're now just 90 minutes or 120 minutes, depending if it goes to extra time, or even longer if it goes to penalties as well. So they've gone quite a lot on all the way forward, going forward. So I think Argentina have done a really good job to get from where there was on that game, get right to the very, very end. And there's three of the panelists on here, Nicholas, three of your guests on here, all want Argentina to win because we've all got them in a sweepstake like we've done with either family, friends, or other people. Because like Jack's got one in the commentary one, which we did at the start of the tournament. Mike's got one in his one of his sweepstakes that he's done, and I've got doing my sweepstake that I've done with family. Paul said Argentina was his prediction to win it from the start as well. So, and it was my prediction to win it to the start. I thought it'd be Argentina England in the final, and England would just lose out. But it's Argentina France. France knocked out England, so could it be France just losing out like I thought it might be in England? But who knows? We'll have to wait and see. The kick-off then, Nicholas, see how this game does pan out.
13 minutes until kickoff. Just got time. 13 minutes until kickoff. Just got time now to ask. Just got time now to ask the panel what their favorite moment or match in the World Cup has been so far.
Yeah, so for me, it's got to be the shock between Argentina and Saudi Arabia that was just touched on there a minute ago, with obviously Saudi Arabia getting the win there. You can look at that as a big one. Obviously, Morocco getting through to the semi-final as well, and obviously losing out to France in the end is a big achievement for them and a great moment for them as well. But yeah, in terms of games, it's Argentina's defeat to Saudi Arabia for me.
Judge, you want to go next and then I'll go last?
Yeah, not a problem. Yeah, absolutely. The match of the tournament has been, and I think will be regardless of today, the 2-1 win for Saudi Arabia against Argentina. Massive shock. I think the best moment of the World Cup, though, has to be when Harry Kane skied that penalty, but I'll leave it at that, I think.
Okay.
For me, Nicholas, just before we end across to the commentary team, for me, I will say the best game for me, like everyone said, the Argentina game against Saudi Arabia, but also for me as well is the Japan wins against Germany and Spain, because they did well in those two games and got good wins in there. So I've got three: the wins for Japan against Germany and Spain, and the Saudi Arabia game against Argentina as well. Nicholas, those are mine, my friend.
And I'm just gonna come back to Jack as well, just for a minute. I'll speak for every single person. Another big moment is obviously Scotland not qualifying once again.
I was waiting for that. I'll take that.
Well. There's only 4 more years, so
we'll be there. We'll be in America. Don't you worry about that. We'll be there.
I'm sure of that. I'm sure of that. But before we go over to our commentary teams, quick predictions on who's going to win and the score outline.
For me, Nicholas, I'm going to say it's going to be 2-1 to Argentina, and the scorers for me, I'm going to go for Lionel Messi and Julian Alvarez, with Olivier Giroud getting the France goal.
I think it's going to be 2-2, and I think Argentina are going to win on penalties. This is Messi's moment. I think France are overall a better side and a better squad, but these players will literally die for Messi, as they have been saying. Many of them have grown up with Messi being their idol. So these players growing up idolising Messi to help win him the World Cup finally after so many years. I think it'll be a special moment, and I can't see anything else. But as I said, France do have the better side. So, I mean, if they do turn up, then I think that could go that way. But I think Argentina will win it on penalties, and the scoreline after 120 minutes will be 2 each.
And I'm going to go along with that as well and say, obviously, I feel that Argentina are going to win this World Cup. Russ has said 2-1 after 90. Jack said penalties as well there. For me, I think extra time. I've really just got a sneaky feeling that it's going to be 2-2, as Jack mentioned, and there'll be a messy moment in extra time where, he gets the glory and wins it from an extra time by 3-2.
So everybody on the panel going for Argentina. Kick off now, 10 minutes away. So we're just we're now just going through the final stage of the pre-match show with the pyrotechnics. That just caught a glimpse of the World Cup trophy being brought out for display, and so it won't be long. So it won't be long now until the players start assembling in the tunnel, and after a 3-year period, including qualifying games, we have had 928 matches, along with 2,590 goals scored. Can you believe it? Neither can I. Just going to take a quick look at one of the comments. Someone called Tom Payton is saying, "Can I just say that I'll be in floods of tears if France win?" So it looks like quite a few of our listeners are going to be going for Argentina. And as I see it now, the players are now coming. The players are now inside the tunnel. So will this be a last dance for Lionel Messi to savor as he bids to win the World Cup in what could well be his final international match? All will be revealed as we hand over now to our commentators Paul James and John JB Stothard.
Thank you very much, Nicholas and panel. Good evening, well, good afternoon from the UK, and good evening everyone around the world, wherever you're listening to us from. It is the big one, isn't it? 4 years in the making. I don't know if I could come up with many statistics to describe this really, but it is a great final, and me and Paul James, I just want to pay tribute to my other co-commentator during this tournament. Of course, Paul James is alongside me today. Should have been Luke Turton, but obviously, as you well know, he's not been too well. So, Luke, we're sending your best wishes out, and I hope you're listening to us this afternoon, Luke. We're all here with you, and we hope to hear you back on TCM content very, very soon indeed. So, best wishes to you, Luke, and it was a privilege to be part of the commentary team alongside your good self. Well, Paul's alongside me, and before the teams come out, Paul, I've got to tell you that the pyrotechnics are up there. I hope the last time me and you commentated together on a major final, 27th of February 2022, the League Cup final, it finished 0-0, Paul. Hopefully, we're not going to have that today, surely.
Well, I would hope not, Russ. But sorry, JB, I would hope not. But I would say that I would like to predict goals, but I don't want to predict goals because I also, if I remember correctly, I predicted goals in that final and they didn't come. So I'm going to keep my mouth shut on that one.
Good lad. Well, we're here now for the final one, and what a final it promises to be, actually, between two sides. A lot of the we'll hear from Paul after the anthems and the teams have been read out, but I should also tell you that this game really has the hallmarks of being something very, very special. Argentina who have got plenty of top players. I had the pleasure of commentating them in the quarterfinals. There's Kylian Mbappe at the back there taking a swig of drink, giving Griezmann a pass on the head there as the teams. Argentina are in their traditional colours, incidentally. We're not sure what France will be wearing. They've got blue tracksuit tops on underneath. And we'll get a glimpse of what they'll be wearing in a second or two as the teams come out of the tunnel. Well, we've played 63 games. 32 teams came here a month ago. Me and Paul were there to watch Qatar in action against Ecuador. It was a very much a match to forget, really, in some respects. Qatar really never laid the glove on anyone in the tournament and became the first host team to leave a World Cup very early doors. But these two teams have certainly been there for the long haul. And now, before the start of the anthems, there's dignitaries there, the French president's there, the Argentinian president is there. The French are in full numbers. Let's pause for a couple of minutes and bring you these two national anthems of, first of all, of Argentina, but first of all, the French. In actual fact, it's going to be Argentina first. Now the French national anthem. Two anthems passionately sung. There's no doubt about that. It's absolutely superb. It's going to be a terrific watch, this final for sure. Right, the first thing, and now the first job I've got really to do on this final, and it's a great occasion for me. It's my second World Cup final, my 19th major tournament final, in commentating for JB Sports and the Commentary Hub, is to bring you the two teams, starting with Argentina. Ani Martinez in goal of Aston Villa. Then it's Molina, Romero, Otamendi, and Nikos Tafalgio, who's in for Acuna. That was a late change about an hour before the kickoff. They complete the back four. And then in the midfield, we've got Di Maria, De Paul, Enzo Fernandez, and Alexis McAllister of Brighton and Hove Albion. And then up front, Lionel Messi winning his 172nd cap tonight, and Julian Alvarez of Manchester City winning only his 19th cap. For France, with Didier Deschamps, it's Hugo Lloris of Tottenham in goal when he's 145th cap. Across the back, it's Jules Koundé, Rafael Varane with 92 caps, going in his 93rd tonight. Diallo, Komenko of Bayern Munich, and Theo Hernandez. In fact, the other three, if you take Varane out, there's a grand total of something like only 35 caps between those three defenders if you take out Varane. And then it's Tukulani of Real Madrid, Rabiot, Ousmane Dembele, and Antoine Griezmann. And then up front, Kylian Mbappe is flying with Messi for the top scorer with 5 goals. And Olivier Giroud of AC Milan with up front winning his 120th cap and scored 53 goals. The man who got the winner, incidentally, against England. Lionel Scaloni, 42 years old, done a tremendous job. Won the Copa America by beating Brazil 2 years ago, only last year. But what a terrific job he's done. And then you've got Didier Deschamps, who's French side, who have got to the final and have done it terrifically well. Had to beat Morocco, did a very, very professional job to knock them out in the semi-finals. Argentina wasted no time in beating Croatia. Croatia actually won the 3rd place playoff, incidentally, if you missed it yesterday. And Didier Deschamps could actually win the World Cup 3 times, once as a player in '98 and twice as a manager. And no Karim Benzema and no Lucas Hernandez. That flea bug I was telling you about has wiped out some of the team there. And France are in their traditional strip of dark blue. Argentina in their famous blue and white stripes. A terrific atmosphere. They talk about Messi and Mbappe. Well, there's more than just the 2 players on the field. There is no doubt. And who knows, one of these 22 players, it could be Messi, it could be Mbappe, but it could be somebody else completely different. It could be Rafael Varane, who comes out of the shadows and maybe wins the World Cup as we get underway. Then France kicking off and attacking the goal to my left. Not the that many people would have thought it would be. Personally, I would have gone for a Brazil-England final, but unfortunately, you can't be too choosy who you get in the final. It's just the luck on the day and the luck of the draw when it comes to knockout football. But we've got 2 decent sides here, Paul James, and we hope it will be a good final. With all the players on display, you can't see this being goalless, but I'm not going to put words in your mouth. But how do you think the game will go?
Well, I think France, what they've tended to do is to try to get the lead and then back off defensively. I think the front three of France are very, very dangerous. That front line, I think, could cause Argentina some problems. Alvarez, of course, can't be underestimated with his goals. He's only 1 behind Messi in the Golden Boot race as well.
Well, that's a very mid point as we look at, well, as I look at Julian Alvarez on the monitor there. And I just want to say at this point, well, there's nothing going on. I just want to say thank you to everybody on the commentary hub at this stage and how they've handled the coverage. Nicholas Jones has anchored most of it for us this year, and both in the commentary front and hosting. And he's doing a magnificent job this afternoon. Russ, of course, who holds the whole thing together. Mike as well has contributed. Jack Hessen, who we've heard from this afternoon. And, of course, Luke and several others who have contributed to bringing you the very best in alternate commentary coverage. We're live on the commentary hub as a free kick's been given for a foul by De Paul. Referee tonight, Simon Magulek of Poland. His 2 assistants, Paweł Solecki and Tomasz Lidkiewicz, again of Poland. The 4th official is Ismail Elfaf of the USMA, and VAR ref, if required, Tomasz Katowicki of Poland. Those are the officials. Belly runs the ball out of play. It will be an Argentinian throw. And there's Messi now, midway inside the French half. They'll be looking to him. He's been in the final once before, Messi, of course, 2014 in Brazil. Lost to a late goal, as Paul James will only know too well, from Mario Götze for Germany. Here's De Paul, chipping the boys in the penalty area. And the ball just falls into the arms of the goalkeeper, Lloris. And already in the opening stages, Paul, Argentina on top, a little chip over, and he might have been just offside there, Alvarez.
Yeah, it's a nice try, though. He was just straight offside just a little bit. But it's a nice try by Argentina. I think that they can poke holes in the French defence.
Absolutely. You were watching, in fact, the flag was up for offside, incidentally, and that's why Luis took the free kick off the ground. Will be a little game of cat and mouse, but we hope it's going to be an end-to-end stop. The teams last met in the World Cup back in 2018, that second round game where It finished 4-3 after extra time to France. And one hopes, Paul, that the Polish referee doesn't start getting picky like our friend, mine and Luke's friend from Spain the other night when Argentina played Holland, when he kept something like 144 fouls and gave us whopping 17 yellow cards in the worst referee display I've ever seen. I hope he isn't going to be anything like that tonight, and I hope he lets the game flow. Is that your hope?
Well, that is certainly my hope, but I think Mr. Marsagnac is an experienced and good referee. So I think I hope I'm not putting the jinx on him, but I have faith in this referee. He's one of the top referees in Europe.
Yes, he has refereed a European Super Cup before, but never a final as intense as this. But we'll take your word for it on that, Paul. Here's Di Maria. He tries to run down a cul-de-sac. He gets a throw in for his troubles. 4 minutes 10 gone on the TCM and all the YouTube platforms, including JB Sports, Storm FM, Turton Talks Football. And of course, we're on Twitch as well. Good evening to everyone on Twitch. We're also on TCM2 as well. That's a bad ball given away to Messi. Now Di Maria, now De Paul brings the ball forward. Chips it out towards the far side here, but the French defenders read that superbly well. Griezmann now tried to touch it on, but he's giving it straight to Alvarez. Argentina really giving it a good go, and a blaster from outside the penalty area from, not sure who it was. It was number 20, in fact, Alexis McAllister of Brighton, who hit the shot there, but a comfortable save again for Hugo Lloris, Paul.
Yes, McAllister's impressed me in this World Cup. I think he's really performed very, very well. And I just wonder whether some of the bigger teams might be interested in his signature in the transfer window.
Well, that could be a problem for Brighton's new manager to try and keep hold of him, because he's one of the underrated players in the Argentinian side, of course. But we see him week in, week out play for Brighton and Hove Albion, and on so many occasions he's such a tricky and very well thought out customer. He's a very good player. Shouldn't be underestimated in any way. As Fernandez now has it now, and evades a couple of feisty Argentinian challenges. The ball back to Varane, the most experienced defender in that back four tonight. Remember, a blue bug has swept through the French camp the last 2 or 3 days. Foul against Lionel Messi. And again, complaining to the referee. We saw a lot of that. Well, I saw a lot of that. Luke Turton and I in that quarter-final when he was complaining. I hope he doesn't do what he did in that quarter-final and start making meals of things and start trying to deny, trying to cheat, because that annoyed me a little bit from a great player. He's a great player, Messi. I wouldn't be saying he was the greatest of all time. I think Pele's still the GOAT as far as I'm concerned. But I'm obviously from a different era to some of the panel on that sort of thing. They won't have. I mean, I didn't see Pele, but to win 3 World Cups must make you the greatest of all time. Maradona would come very much second, and then you've got Cruyff and George Best, and then Messi and Ronaldo. But it'd be nice to see Messi win the tournament. And Mike Harneman has already won 30 quid on our sweepstake, incidentally, predicting that Croatia would finish in 3rd place, or has got, if he wins tonight, he'll get another 160 quid. He's on 190 jackpot if he wins, if Argentina win tonight. So, Mike, one of our panelists, my fingers are crossed for you. But I'm not going to be biased, as the ball is played in towards Hernandez on the left-hand side. The ball hooked away, very much so again. Did you take part in the sweepstake at any point? Well, just wait a minute, because here come the Argentinians now on the break. Alvarez waits in the middle, the ball on the left-hand side. It's Di Maria now. Dembele will come back to Paul, whether he had a little go in this little flutter in the sweepstake in a second or two. Now it's been given away, but then it's put back again. You can't keep your eyes off this for a second. Di Maria, left-hand side, inside the penalty area. Hooks ball back across. De Paul's on the edge of it. De Paul with a shot deflected and wide. And behind for a corner. Well, actually a different question there. How good was Di Maria in that build-up there? De Paul, without putting the pun on it, was very unlucky.
Yeah, the build-up was fantastic there. He manages to get the ball across the penalty area. The shot was a bit wayward from De Paul. Good piece of defending by Varane, because right behind him was Lionel Messi. Yes,
and showing his 93 cap experience. And the aforementioned Messi will take the corner from the near side. 8 minutes gone on all TCL platforms. The World Cup final. And last commentary game before Christmas, and it's 0-0 between Argentina and France if you've just joined us late. Messi with the corner towards the near post. It's knocked away by Antoine Griezmann of all people. Messi gets it back after the French had made a bit of a Horlicks of the clearance. Now De Paul to float one into the penalty area. It's all Argentina at the moment. France really haven't laid a glove on Any Martinez as the Frenchman gone down. The referee said, get up. And now Messi has it on the edge of the area. Now the referee has said a foul on the goalkeeper, or perceived to have said a foul on the goalkeeper, Lloris, who's perceived to be in some agony at this moment in time. And the French, for the moment anyway, survived with 9 minutes gone. Let's try and work this out. There was a bit of a crowd scene. There was an Argentinian that went down, never a penalty. Then there was another Argentinian and a Frenchman there. And in fact, number 13 there, Cristian Romero, barged into Lloris, although it looked a bit on the soft side. Lloris did go down a little bit theatrically, but he does look in some serious pain because we've got the physiotherapist coming on, and it is a French free kick. Well, he's receiving treatment. Did you have anybody in the sweepstake at all, Paul? That was my original question.
No, I didn't. I didn't, JB. I did. I probably should have done because I predicted Argentina to win it from the start, but I didn't get involved in the sweepstake, I'm afraid.
Well, I'm glad to hear that because neither did I. So you've got a completely neutral commentary team tonight with no biasness at all. So you're in for a treat, guys, because me and Paul James didn't enter the sweepstake, and quite right we were to do so. Because knowing my luck, I would never have won anything. Because whatever I'd have pulled out, I'd have had no chance at all. But yeah, well, as I said, we keep both Paul and I, Mike, we keep the fingers crossed for you that they do it. But let's get back to more serious matters now. Does Deschamps was Mandanda and Areola, who are capable goalkeepers and very experienced goalkeepers. Now, if Lloris doesn't make this, Paul, and this is a serious issue now, how disappointing, how frustrating that will be for the French that their goalkeeper captain might not be able to continue. He looks in some considerable pain at this moment in time.
Yeah, I wonder if he was just winded, to be honest, because it looks like the elbow of Ramirez, it was down at his side and it wasn't deliberate, but it looks like it caught Lloris in the stomach. So I'm just wondering if he was perhaps a little winded. He's on his feet now.
Well, he looks to be okay. Thankfully, he's back on his feet, as Paul quite rightly says, and it's always a blow. He's our inspirational captain. He's the man that makes the French tick, the goalkeeper. We've had 11 minutes of the first half here on the TC Hub. Argentina 0, France 0. If you just joined us, France have hardly laid a glove inside the penalty area of Argentina. And they might do now with Griezmann, but that came to Paul in his more defensive role to get it away. Mbappe and Giroud have been pretty quiet so far, but it's been all Argentina in this opening exchanges, and they got the team more likely at this stage maybe to get the opening goal. We'll see. Varane just letting the ball go, but tentatively got it back to Lloris, but he got it away, the big Spurs goalkeeper, formerly of Lyon, of course. Now De Paul picks it up on this right-hand side, feeds Messi inside, midway inside the French penalty area. The ball is chipped forward, back to Messi, well read by the French defender there at that time, the number 8. But it's Messi again on the edge of the area. And then the ball hooked away. They claim handball, which was in fact given. And Alvarez's shot wouldn't have counted, but Lloris had got it anyway. But, well, it hit his arm. It was no more than, 2 feet away, but I don't think he was deliberately trying to handle the ball there because it was struck with some ferocity by Hernandez. Free kick to France.
He had his arm out, but I don't think, from that speed, you're not going to get your arm out the way, are you?
Not exactly, but, well, should also tell you that this is the first time they've ever met in a World Cup final. Both have won it twice, though. 4 World Cup wins between the two sides. Argentina in 78 when they won it against Holland, and in 86 in Mexico when they beat the Germans in a very good final. And Maradona played a huge part in getting them there. Was the player of the tournament. And then in 98, the French won it. And then in Russia 4 years ago, they did it again. Here's Mbappe. Looking to get the ball in there. He uses Rabiot, but again, good defending there by Molina. just policing Mbappe as he went for the return, and it allowed Andy Martinez to come off his line and probably get his first touch of the ball. He's had to wait something like nearly a quarter of an hour of the first half to get his first touch of the ball.
Yeah, they've definitely dominated early on of Argentina, and I think France have been happy just to sit back at the moment.
Well, that's how you called it at the start of the game, Paul, and it's certainly proving true here as Di Maria again goes on one of his searching runs. The former Manchester United man, lays in Lionel Messi. Thought he might have tried a shot there. I think it might have been better advice if he had his time again. Sure, there was an offside there against one of the Argentinians. He was coming back. It was Di Maria actually coming back from an offside position. But I felt there with Messi there just coming towards the D there, as you can see there if you're watching. If you are watching, listening to us or watching on TV at home, whether it be on BBC or ITV, incidentally. But if you don't like the sound of Guy Mowbray or Sam Matterface, myself and Paul are here to lend an alternative view on this 2022 World Cup final here in Qatar. Here in Doha, 0-0. And a good final. Argentina certainly having the better of the play. And I can't remember Eddie Martinez at any point in this first half having a significant shot to save the Aston Villa goalkeeper. But there's still a long way to go. If it was, just to remind everybody, if it's a draw after 90 minutes, if it's level after the 90 minutes, or whatever time it will be, because the amount of stoppage time in this World Cup has been quite extraordinary for all the wrong reasons. I'd say 13 minutes, 15 minutes, 10 minutes. So it could be anything of 100 minutes of normal time at the end of between the two halves. If it's level after the statutory 90, we'll say, we will be, if it's level after that, we will have half an hour's extra time. And if it's still level, 1-1, 0-0, 1-1, 2-2, 3-3, whatever, then we will go to penalties. And then the rules for penalties, if we get that far, I'll explain a little bit later, should we get that far. And only two World Cup finals in the history of this 92-year history of the World Cup. In the 92 years that they've been playing the World Cup, over the 24 tournaments, only two finals out of the 23 previous have gone to penalties. 94 after a 0-0 between Brazil and Italy, Roberto Baggio missing that crucial penalty. And in Germany in 2006, when Italy won a penalty shootout against France, who had Zinedine Zidane sent off for that headbutt on Materazzi. Here's Messi now. Messi finds De Paul, back to Messi, who miscontrolled it. Di Maria, the ball just bobbled onto his, as he was about to shoot, and it went whizzing off his leg, and it whizzed over the top of the French crossbar. And they breathe a huge sigh of relief, Paul, at this stage. Yeah. That was an unfortunate bounce for Di Maria, because if it wasn't the bobble, I think he would have hit it much truer than he did.
Yeah, because it was a chance, JB. I mean, that was a clear attempt there from inside the penalty area. A bit unlucky. Pitch just looked to be in the greatest condition in the penalty area, especially at Luis's end.
Having said all that, they played a lot of World Cup games on there. I remember they probably staged about 14, 15 games out of the 64 at this stadium. So it's hard for the groundsmen. I have to say the pitches in this World Cup have absolutely, more often than not, when they've not been scuffed, when the penalty spots haven't been scuffed by players, have been in very good, pristine condition. And it's allowed for some very good football at times to be played. Hernandez now for France, looking to link up with Mbappe on that left-hand side, the near side as we look. Still 0-0. We've had 17.5 minutes of this final played, and we will come to your comments in a little while when we get a break in play. The first 17 minutes has just sort of flown and whizzed by. That has been kept in by Dembele on the far side. Cross comes in. It's hit the defender there, which was Alexis McAllister, the midfield player, and it will be a throw into France in line with the 18-yard box of Argentina's. First real canter forward that the French have fashioned as far as I can remember. As the ball is now picked up with Hernandez receiving the pass then from Copenhagen. And here is Hernandez. He goes down, and the referee is going to give the free kick to Paul, the offender. I just had to check whether the referee was going to get his vanishing spray out. You never know with these referees. They could have easily got the vanishing spray or put their hands in their back pocket to do a yellow card. It was a definite foul. Certainly more from Romero rather than De Paul. But a free kick to France and a real opportunity now.
Looks like Romero caught him in the face there as he was going down. It's an opportunity for France now. Best chance they've had so far.
Which has come in the 19th minute of this final. And wouldn't it just be keeping in tune with the whole game if France were to score here on their very first opportunity when Argentina have had 2 or 3 half a chances. Griezmann chips it in from the left-hand side. Up go the heads and over the top. It was Giroud who got up. I think there was a foul in there by Giroud as he went in there to win the header. And a free kick has been given to Argentina, but I'm not so sure that was a foul.
Well, looking at this, he does get high, but I don't think. Well, he goes over the top of. I think it's Molina, but yeah, it's. I think he just kind of falls over him. To be honest, I don't think he's actually using his arms to hold him down or anything like that.
Well, that's why I was querying whether the referee should have given a foul or not, because, you know, if a free kick is there, he's been taken by Griezmann, he's entitled to go over the ball. It's supposed to be a game of physicality. Wouldn't you say?
Oh, absolutely. But you know as well as I do, JB, that is hardly the case anymore. There's a lot of these free kicks given, and the old shoulder-to-shoulder thing, and the physical contact in the game is sort of being, phased out, really, isn't it?
It is, unfortunately, and it's the woke brigade and the health and safety people are doing that, and that's a tragedy for the game. Here's Messi now. Now then, can we get some... We've seen some really good football so far from Argentina. We've had a good set piece from the French. Surely we've got to see a goal in this first half. We've had 20 and a half minutes of the first half. Still Argentina 0, France 0 in this World Cup final of 2022 here in Doha. On the 2CR2, JB Sports, Turton Talks Football, Storm FM, and we're on Twitch as well. And good evening to our Twitch listeners, or good afternoon. Here's Di Maria inside the area. He goes down, penalty! It's a penalty to Argentina. The Polish referee had no doubts. And Argentina have a penalty. And we have a big call in this World Cup final. The referee, Paul, had no doubts. It was Di Maria that making the run. Now then, was it a penalty? Oh, it looks 50-50. Might be a little bit debatable. Very minimal contact, unless he took him from behind.
He might have caught him, but we'll get a better view of it at this angle. Yeah.
Oh, he's caught him all right. That's a penalty.
Yeah, no question.
And VAR will have had, and VAR would have looked at it. And look at this now. Lionel Messi has got the biggest responsibility on his shoulders. Never won the World Cup. Came so mighty close 8 years ago. Messi scored against the Netherlands in the quarterfinals. But he's got a bigger fray to beat this time in Hugo Lloris. He's a really decent stopper as well. I've seen him save penalties before when he's been playing for Spurs, but it's a battle of wills between the two catchers, and this could put Messi ahead in the Golden Boot as well. Can El Rey Messi score the crucial penalty? Going to be right-footed, the shortest two-stride run-up. Can he send Lloris the wrong way? He steps up, two-footed, and sends him the wrong way! El Rey Messi! And the French are behind, and Argentina lead in the World Cup final halfway through the first half. El Rey Messi!
Well, it was a lovely penalty, wasn't it? And so calm. In such a high pressure cooker type situation, he steps up and just calmly sends Lloris the wrong way. Beautiful penalty.
Well, that really sets the final up, and when you look at it, when you look on the balance of play, Paul, it's a lead at Argentina more than merits, isn't it?
It is. They certainly dominated the first sort of 20 to 25 minutes of this game. So the French have had to sit back. This is what the game needed, I think. France are going to have to break forward now.
No, maybe it may be one too many for the holders. Who knows? But he's a delighted man. And could it be? Maybe it was all along written in the stars. It's still a long way to go. But when Ronaldo left the World Cup in tears a week ago, Lionel Messi could leave it with smiles, possibly. It's his 97th goal for his country, and I make that his 742nd goal or something for Argentina. He scored in his club career. He scored well over 700, admittedly against mostly mediocre Spanish opposition in the La Liga, but when it comes to the big finals, normally he does turn up. Maybe Messi will get his wish, and the Argentinians now going ballistic now. And now as far as the Golden Boot's concerned, he's just said to Mbappe, Paul, I've raised you, now you've got to raise me.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would expect Mbappe not to be too concerned about the Golden Boot at this stage. I expect Messi to be feeling the same way. This is such an important game. I think both sides would obviously rather that nice shiny World Cup, to be honest.
I think if you could trade a Golden Boot for a Golden World Cup, I think probably more than I think they would probably sell you that. But well, it's a terrific final. It's been a good watch, and the best side are winning. Let's not make any suggestions about that. And we're not being biased to the sake of Mike Harneman winning 160 quid, but I can tell you that the better team are winning. And I have to say, Argentina have come out with a very renewed spirit. They knew what the French were going to do, as Paul rightly said at the top of the game, that they were going to play defensive, but now they have to come out. And in a lot of ways, Paul, it's a bit early to say with 25 minutes of the match gone. We're only halfway through the first half, admittedly, but what about that? Great skill from Di Maria. He's lost possession now. And now, here's an opportunity now for Dembele. And the whistle is gone. There's a foul midway inside the Argentinian half to the French. Romero Giroud, clear-cut foul, that one.
Yeah, no doubt about that one. That's his second as well. He has to be careful. He's going to end up going in the referee's notebook. Yeah,
the old tossing up process, as Claret's commentator Phil Bird would normally say. Burnley, in fact, while we're on the subject of Burnley, had a great win yesterday against Middlesbrough, 3-1. It was that one, and well done to Vincent Kompany and his boys. Free kick comes in as an Argentinian gone down. And now the referee's having words. He's just checking with his officials here. Also, he's in contact with his two linesmen and VAR. And Giroud having a set two there. And I hope we don't get the sort of shenanigans that we saw in that quarterfinal. In fact, the referee wants it retaken again. I think that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying at the moment. We'll read some of the comments on JB Sports in a minute. I'll read a few here. Griezmann in a minute or two. When Griezmann takes his free kick, he chips it in. Take two. Again, the Argentinian player went down. Referee said, get up. Ball nodded back in there. And another foul and another free kick. He's going to stop it. And he's giving it to Argentina. No. Once he's given there, he's called for the trainers of both sides to come on here. There's two players down, but I'm not sure it's going to be a free kick, whatever. Fernandes was the other. It's Messi one. Fernandes the other. It looks like Fernandes on Messi to me. But no doubt both players will need attention.
Yeah, I mean, both players had every right to go for the ball. But it looks like Messi's come off the worst there.
Yes, Tom. I'll just check. I'm just checking on JB Sports for comments. Tom Payton's on. Tom, good afternoon to you. Ready to go, John? Who are you rooting for? Nobody. I'm just a happy, impartial spectator and commentator who's been given a massive privilege to do this final. And he also goes on to say, I think Nicholas Jones read this out earlier. Can I just say that he'll be in floods of tears if France win? So obviously he's cheering for Argentina. And if you'd like to comment as well on any of our platforms, whether it be YouTube or Twitch, we will be able to read your messages loud and clear this afternoon. Please keep your comments clean. We still are a family programme. Jack Hassan says, what's going on with the pitch at goal? Sees better quality on a Glasgow Sunday morning. That's one of our panellists back in the studio. So Jack has obviously had something to say on that score. And just to remind you, I'll just break off for a second because Messi's on the break and Hernandez has won a corner. Just to remind you, if you are listening on JB Sports, Storm FM, Turton Talks Football or TCR 1 or 2, please hit the subscribe button and hit the notification bell, please, if you wouldn't mind. And the same if you're listening on Twitch. Please give any video you can a like and subscribe. It helps the channels. It helps the TCR enormously and its sister channels. Right, corner kick. Argentina have it, and it's Messi to be taken on the right-hand side. The near side as we look. Messi sends it in towards the near post, and it comes out again. Good French defence. There was 2 or 3 of each going in there. And, now, what's the referee spotted this time? Messi's not sportingly knocked the ball out of play. I wonder if the referee had seen something untoward here. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the referee's seen here, Paul. Not,
Me neither.
I think he's giving it for a foul on Giroud. I think. It looks, if it was a free kick, it looked very innocuous to me.
Yeah, it didn't look like there was anything there at all. But it's obviously given something because there would have been no reason for Messi to have kicked the ball out of play like that.
I think I might have guessed it. Might have been an offside against Messi. Because the free kick was taken from the spot where Messi had got the ball second time round, maybe. So it might have been an offside decision. Or he may have been coming back from an offside decision. That's what I think it might have been. Anyway, here's the aforementioned Messi inside the centre circle. Goes through the middle. Deep inside French territory. The ball knocked back across. And a very poor ball indeed. And now for a French throw. So we've had half an hour, Paul. And it has to be said that the better team are winning on the evening so far.
Absolutely. Argentina have controlled this game from minute one, really. France have not been able to create many opportunities. They've had maybe one from the free kick with Giroud's header. But to be honest with you, this is Argentina controlling this game. France need to pick it up.
And they've been good value for their lead, if truth be told. And they look a really impressive side under Scaloni, who's done a terrific job, as I said at the start. Copa America win over Brazil only just over 12 months ago, and now a tremendous run. And there was talk at the start where they were beaten by Saudi Arabia in game number 1 that they might be out of this competition, but they've rallied strongly and have built up a very good run of results. Needed a bit of luck against Holland in the quarterfinals. And they certainly got that as the ball's played forward. As Di Maria kept that in, he's had a good first half an hour, Di Maria, in my book. Done really well as Argentina quite happily to keep possession and toy France about a little bit here. And the more they keep doing that, the more the French will tire. And maybe that sickness bug coming into play. Shot comes in, it got a deflection, and it will be a French throw. But Argentina, the more they toy with France here, where just even passing sideways at this point, it was a wayward finish by the wayward shot by whoever had that shot, by the way. But the more the French may tire, and that flu bug that's been going through their camp the last 2 or 3 days may well just hit home for them. Maybe, I mean, we don't want to wrap the French up at any stage, Paul, but they are a quality team and they've proved it so many times. But at the moment, they're powerless to stop this fella here on the ball. Messi, good challenge in there, no foul. I'll come to Paul with his views on that in a second. You can't take your eyes off this for a second. Here's to Paul. Now, what can Atletico Madrid do here? Plays a lovely crossing towards the back post, and it's knocked away by the French. And it's back on halfway once again with Romero. Romero uses De Paul. Now number 24's got it. Fernandez. Enzo Fernandez of Benfica. Talafigio, who's had a good first half himself since coming in at the last second to replace Acuna. That's a great challenge on Messi, actually. Had to time that well, otherwise he might have been given a yellow card away. But we were just going back to the French and the flu camp, Paul. If Argentina keep the intensity going, it may be very hard with the flu camp that's been going through the French to really come back from this, but we don't want to write them off at any stage.
No, but I think obviously if there are players on there that are recovering from the flu, that is going to affect their fitness. But you're right, you don't want to affect you don't want to write off the French. But you can add that I think for France they want to first stop Di Maria down that left hand side. He's causing a lot of threat down there right now, as you mentioned earlier.
Yes, and he's having a game and a half tonight. There's no doubt about that. 3 o'clock UK time. 6 o'clock in the evening in Qatar, in Doha. World Cup final. Look at that. I'm just seeing on my screen, Paul, that Argentina, definitely the dominant side. 5 shots at goal and 2 on target, which just tells you how dominant they've really been. And we'll get your views on that in a second, because Messi has possession. And you never know what he might do with a football as he sprays the play to the aforementioned Di Maria, who's my man in the match at the moment. Plays it into Messi, who's been stopped again. No foul, says the referee. Polish referees had a mixed bag so far, giving good decisions. And I thought to give the penalty to Argentina was a very brave but the right decision. And it was the correct decision. And Messi never lets his country down when it comes to the crunch. Unlike a certain Mr. K. Also the news that Gareth Southgate is staying on as England manager for the next tournament. I'm sort of in the opinion that I think he's had 3 tournaments now, but the FA must see enough of him to want him to do it again. Personally, I would have got a better manager than him in, but I mean, there's not much interest for it, so he's going to stay on. Maybe they knows the players, who knows? But Southgate is staying on as England manager. And look at the Argentinian manager. Look at that. Now, that's the passion I'd like to see from Southgate a lot of some respects when England are not on top. And here goes Messi. He's through again, and it might be a second one for Argentina. Di Maria makes it 2-0. And Argentina are cruising towards the World Cup. It's a terrific break. And it just signifies the manager there. He was egging his team to break the French attack up. They did just that. They broke forward. Alexis McAllister laid it in rather than Messi. You put a lovely ball from the right-hand side. And Di Maria on the far side made no mistake. Finished superbly past the goalkeeper there, Lloris. And Argentina making their dominance count big time. 36 minutes gone, Paul. It's Argentina 0. Argentina 2 rather. France 0. What a good ball by McAllister.
Yes, well, it starts from the middle of the park. The build-up is outstanding. Messi's ball to McAllister was beautifully then played across by McAllister to Di Maria. And his performances in the first half, I think, deserves a goal. It's a nice finish, really nice finish. Just plays it over. Yeah.
You bet it is. And it's a terrific result. It's a terrific goal. It's a terrifically well worked. It's a team goal in a million, that one. You have to say. And as an Argentinian fan, tears of joy. But as Luke Turton would say, 2-0 is still a dangerous lead, Paul. You still don't write off the French at this point.
No, you're right. 2-0 is a very dangerous lead. And, well, we've seen it before time and time again where teams have lost 2-goal leads.
Well, at the moment, it doesn't look as if Argentina are going to lose any impotence at all. But if the French can get one back before the break, it'll make the second half interesting here at the Lusail Stadium in Doha. Now, the referee spotted a foul there by Julian Alvarez, and the French have to get on with it quickly now. Didier Deschamps, no doubt about it, if it's team going 2-0 down at half-time, he will have to earn his court at half-time, and maybe, just maybe, that flu bug we've been talking about in the build-up, maybe just taking its toll. But you never write off people like Griezmann. You never write off people like Mbappe. You never write off people like Olivier Giroud. And in a lot of ways, it's a bit of a relief if you're an Englishman, because if it had been England in the final and we'd gone 2-0 down, I think we would have been crying our microphones now, Paul, quite frankly. But So maybe it was a blessing that we got knocked out in the quarterfinals as McAllister was poleaxed there by Jules Koundé.
Yeah, that looked a pretty unpleasant challenge. He blocked him there and maybe got winded a little bit. But Messi, hasn't he been impressive in this first 38 minutes?
Well, he's certainly been unplayable. There's no doubt about that. One player that hasn't been unplayable is Mbappe, who's not really got into the game at all. It just has shades of Ronaldo in 1998 about him, really. And just to remind you, Messi now is the outright leader of the Golden Boot with 6 goals. Mbappe 5, and the rest of them 4 or lower. And it's France in possession, 2 goals down. And they need to get the next one if there is to be another goal to get a foothold in the game. A third Argentina goal. Well, it could mean curtains for the Blues. But the French are getting crunched by the El Reys of Argentina. And here's one El Rey who's been absolutely superb, Mr. Messi. He was a pleasure to commentate on 99.9% of the time. He's such a craftsman and he could do very good things with the football, as opposed to the greatest of all time. No way is he near the class of Pele or Maradona. But what a great career he's had. And to crown it off, his international career off even with a World Cup, well, it would be the dream ending. Something that Ronaldo desperately wanted, but never quite got anywhere near when his team were knocked out by Morocco. And maybe, just maybe, it's written in the stars it was going to be Messi rather than Ronaldo who was going to whiff that big 18-carat gold World Cup. But there's still a long way to go yet. 5 minutes to half time plus any injury or stoppage time. I don't think I could see anything more than 2 or 3 minutes worth of that, if truth be told. But we've got 5 minutes left, Paul, and Argentina have another free kick. But, well, Lionel Messi will never be the greatest of all time in my eyes, but to see him lift the World Cup would be a pleasurable experience.
Yeah, I think he's been for the most part been an ambassador to the game. I think we're very lucky in this generation.
Well, let's have a look. Sorry to interrupt, but Giroud and Dembele are going off here. Now, this is interesting. Now, that's an interesting change. Maybe they're not happy with the balance of the side. Thuram and Colomani are going to come on, 26 and 12 respectively. Now, what do you make of that, Paul?
Shocked. They haven't had the ball. Dembele has not really been given the ball. Giroud hasn't received the service in the 6-yard box anyway. I think it smacks a little bit of desperation, to be honest.
Well, Giroud does not look happy at all. He's so hacked off by it all. I can't use stronger words than hacked because I'd probably get in trouble with the powers that be at the commentary hub if I said that, but he looked very, very teed off by it all. His face spoke 1,000 words there, a face of thunder.
And I think that's only fair, to be honest with you, JB. I mean, he hasn't received the service. To me, it just seems a bit desperate from Didier Deschamps. I'm really surprised, actually. I think very highly of Didier Deschamps as a coach.
And meanwhile, while Paul James was talking there, Tagliafico has been poleaxed again. No yellow cards yet issued in the final thus far. But there's going to come a stage, Paul, where there's going to be quite a number of shown here because, let's be honest, some of the tackles are bordering on yellow card offences at this point.
Yeah, I think that one was. It looks like it was, yeah.
Well, nevertheless, it's an Argentinian free kick, and they've got themselves into a position now where they can just take their time, be steady, not do anything too extravagant. But here's Di Maria, who's been, for my money, the player of the match so far. Here he is now taking on Koundé, trying to beat him again. Koundé this time wins that little duel there on that far side. But Argentina, first to every ball, first to every second ball. And that, in fairness, Paul, when you look over the 43 minutes that we've seen so far, has been the constant theme of this first half, and that's why they're in a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you about Di Maria. He's been absolutely outstanding. And I think if France want to get back into the game, they have to take him out of it. Not mean physically, but I mean tactically.
Keeping quiet, I think you mean.
Yeah.
Well, they certainly haven't kept him quiet in this first 43 minutes. He's been, like Messi, totally unplayable. France need to get a foothold. Remember, they made 2 substitutions, and Thuram is the son of Lilian Thuram, the 98 World Cup winner. So if France were to get back from 2-0 down and somehow win it by 3-2, he would follow his great father's footsteps in winning a World Cup for the French. But they need 3 goals. If they're going to win it outright in the 90, they need 3 goals, maybe a Stuka or 2. Because Argentina have looked everything and more in this first half. They've looked solid. They've looked so menacing on going forward, especially when Messi and Di Maria have been involved. De Paul's had a good set, has had plenty to say for himself in the midfield area. It's been almost a perfect first half from the Argentines. Here's Hernandez for the French. 2-0 down. Maybe need a miracle or 2. They're going to get a free kick now for a foul on Mbappe. So final minute of the first half. There's the Polish referee. And you have to say, when you look back at that, what a brave and good decision it was for him to give that Argentinian penalty. He's certainly not let the referee paternity down. That is for sure. The French have looked out of sorts, out of ideas. And Mbappe hasn't got on the ball enough. As Paul's rightly said, Giroud hasn't had the service. He's had that one half chance, which ended up being a 3 kick, which I didn't actually agree with the referee on. But having said all that, the French have been nowhere this first half. Set place was always going to be their bag, but they haven't taken one at the moment. And here they come on the break again, the Argentinians. And they look so comfortable now. But as we go into stoppage time, Paul, let's get your opinions on what's been a tremendous first half of football, especially from Argentina.
Oh, they've been outstanding. They've just been brilliant in terms of what they've created. Angel Di Maria, Messi have just they've been unplayable, the pair of them, and the French have really, really struggled defensively and going forward.
And 7 minutes of stoppage time has been added. Well, your thoughts on 7 minutes of stoppage time? There was never 7 minutes there, surely.
No, well, not even close. There was 2 stoppages. There has also been 2 goals in the substitution, so I think maybe 5 minutes might have been more appropriate.
Possibly 4. There was a potential of a foul there on Di Maria, which wasn't given. Di Maria looked daggers towards the Polish referee, who, in my opinion, has had a decent game. Not the perfect game. I still think there's 1 or 2 questionable decisions before he was brave to give the penalty, but it was a penalty. No doubt about it. Got that one completely spot on. Argentina deservedly lead as we have had the first minute of the 7th. Hernandez now. Maybe that could be the spur that the French need, or the motivational tool that the French need to try and get one back just before the interval. But Eddie Martinez has not had a shot to save in any real anger in the first 45 and a bit minutes. As Thuram looking to make inroads. The son of Lilian, of course, and Hernandez is furious with the referee. It's an Argentine 3 kick, and Hernandez may well be spoken to by the Polish ref. There's an Argentinian gone down there. It's to Paul. Well, I'm not sure about that one, Paul. I don't think that's a foul. I think he gets the ball for me.
Yeah, I don't think that's a foul. It might have caught him when he got the ball. We might get a better view of it there. Yeah, it looks like he's caught him as he got the ball, but he won the ball. I don't see that as being a 3 kick.
I mean, if you're going to give 3 kicks like that, you're going to give 20 or 30 a match. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, it's sad when it's like that. And this is the way, but you know the way that European referees are like, the high boot. It's always been that way for as long as I can remember.
Yeah, since the year dot, but there's also the FIFA element to take into consideration, and UEFA and squeaky clean, or FIFA and squeaky clean, Paul, I've never been as far apart as they are now at the moment in terms of certain things. Not because we're having the World Cup in Qatar, that's a totally different issue entirely, but the way they interpret the rules or change the rules to every World Cup, it's a minefield for commentators, it really is, and players and teams alike. And VAR because there are a few disgraceful things as the ball was knocked forward again. You alluded to it earlier in the build-up. The referee in the main in this tournament has been very, very suspect. And then obviously Mike touched on the Holland game, and me and Luke can actually testify what he said, as we did the commentary that night, and we were absolutely bemused by the Spanish referee's performance. It was a disgraceful performance. But in the main, the refereeing has been shocking, especially as you pointed out, VAR earlier in the piece.
Yeah, it's been aghast. It really has, and I think the time has now come. It's taken me a long time to get on board, but it's time for VAR to go, in my opinion.
Well, I've been saying that for ages, and I remember when we did the League Cup final back in late February, when we thought the Liverpool goal would stand, and then for some bizarre reason VAR chalked it off. We never felt so angry about a decision like that in our lives, did we? And we're not Liverpool fans, are we?
No, we were both shocked, weren't we? I have to say, it was just... but having 5 people in VAR hasn't made it any better, has it? In fact, in my opinion, it's made it worse.
Yep. Some of the comments. Rebecca, good evening to you, Rebecca. Rebecca Raleigh says, France has taken a hard hit. Quite right too, Rebecca. Nice to have you with us, sweetheart, this evening. Here's Thuram now going forward, and that's going to be a foul, is it? Referee, is he going to be a throw-in or a free kick? Thuram looks daggers again at the referee. I think it was a throw-in that was given. So we've had nearly 4.5 of the 7 minutes added. Koundé comes forward for the French, needing to try and strike in the next couple of minutes, if possible, to try and get themselves back in the hunt in this World Cup final. Chipped in there towards Mbappe, but could not be found. And now then, Griezmann needs to win that ball, but came off second best. In fact, it came off Griezmann and out for a throw. Now Didier Deschamps. What does he do now, Paul?
Well, he's got a mountain to climb, hasn't he? He's made 2 substitutions, taking off one of his biggest threats, Dembele, although he hasn't played well today. I don't know what he's going to do now, and he's got a very worried look on his face.
Yeah, and if it's not careful, it could get even worse for them. But as I agree with you in a way, it does spark a little bit of desperation. I feel sorry more for Giroud than I do for Dembele. I do agree with you in a lot of respects, Paul, that Dembele hasn't played good enough tonight. But I think Giroud would have still been a threat. But maybe he's trying to bring on an unknown quantity in Thuram. Maybe to try and just put the Argentinians out of the stride. But at the moment, it doesn't look as if it's going to be the case. We've nearly played the 7 minutes. And now what do the French have to do now to get back into this game, Paul, as we approach the end of the first half?
Well, the first thing they have to do is to stop Di Maria and stop Messi. That's the first thing they need to do, and then they need to create chances. But I don't. That's a lot easier said than done.
It is, Paul. But Argentina have been terrific value, especially when Di Maria has been concerned. He's been absolutely superb. We've now played the 7 minutes. Or have we played 6? I think we've played 6. Not of the 7, so we've got another minute still to go. And the French, another Argentinian going down here, and I hope these aren't theatrics and play acting. There's a yellow card about to come here, and Hernandez is on the ground. That's the Argentinian Hernandez. Let's have a look. Well, it's definitely a foul there on one of the Frenchmen. So it's a free kick to France. Now, Enzo Fernandez is down. He's got the coaching card. The man who went down the worst out of the 2. So he's the first recipient of a yellow card. Now, I don't know if you've seen a replay, Paul, but fair decision?
Yeah, I think so. I think the yellow card was always going to come eventually. There has been 1 or 2 questionable tackles in this first half. So, yeah, probably a good decision for me.
Absolutely. Free kick Griezmann takes. And that's a better ball, but it just evades the defender coming in at the back there, which was Varane. And behind for a goal kick. And that should be that for the first half. Good free kick then from Griezmann. But again, nobody gambling, Paul.
Nope, that's right. But here's the thing. Giroud would have been in there, wouldn't he? He'd have been in that position.
Yeah, and in that respect, you've got to point the finger at Deschamps. Why did you take him off? But the Argentinians won't complain. The referee's blown for half-time. Now, Argentina are complaining about the referee. I don't know why they're complaining of the referee. They need to just be they need to be just a little bit disciplined. They're 2 goals clear. They shouldn't be worried about this too much. And Paul, as they made their way off, they had a few choice words to say to the referee. Not what you would expect for a team that are 2 goals up and coasting.
Not sure what they're complaining about, JB. It's seemed to me that the referee has handled the first half quite well. Whether or not it was because of the booking, I'm not sure. But at 2-0 and coasting, I would be, if I was in their shoes, I'd be just keeping my mouth shut and going off the field.
Absolutely. But there we are. That's the situation. Plenty of lots of talking points to talk about here. There's been another comment flooding in, of course. Mike, we'll just read this comment out. Adventures in Believing. More commentary on game, please. Let's chat about ref VAR. We haven't got vision, thank you. We are doing our best, Boat. Thank you very much. Be thankful you've got us. But when there's a break in play, we have to talk. That's the rule. But a very good first half, incidentally. And I have to say that Argentina good value. Goals from Messi after 23 minutes from a penalty, which was rightly given by the Polish referee. And then a sweeping move. McAllister playing the ball in, and a terrific finish by Angel Di Maria. For my money, the player of the match, giving them a 2-goal lead. And I have to say, on the balance of the play, it's more than deserved. We're going to take a 15-minute break, Paul and I, and now we're going to hand back to the studio where Nicholas and the panel will take you through. Half-time here in Doha. It's Argentina 2, France 0.
Thanks, JB. Wow, Argentina just came straight out of the traps like JB said, and I have to say, gents, they have just completely swept France aside.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jack, couldn't hear you.
Hi, Nicholas. Well said. And now, mate, is you've seen that first half how Argentina and Olaine, France have that much space and that much time on the ball when they've got possession. And you see when France have got the ball, they're closing them down, winning the ball back quite easily. And they're cutting open. Well, you can see with the second goal, they just play ball out wide, won it back after a poor ball forward from up in the corner, who's been terrible again today. It was terrible against England, although France got past England in the quarterfinals. Terrible again today, and it was his mistake, which allowed Argentina to get in behind and the ball to be squared to Angel Di Maria to make it 2-0. Fantastic bit of play. And I just want to ask the other guys as well, Jack and Mike, this as well. And I'll come to you on Mike, this one as well. And if you look at how they've played, I've noticed in the first half there's been no shots on target from France. It's been so easy for Argentina. Why do you think that has been the case, Mike? Why do you think France have been yet to have a shot on goal? Because for me, Argentina have just played superb and stopped them from creating. Do you agree with that assessment, Mike?
For me, the reason I see it is because, you can see France are a side that have come down with a bit of a sickness bug in the week. And, they're playing a little bit cautious. They're playing a little bit like a team that aren't completely on it because, they're not completely 100% in themselves. Argentina obviously look the much fresher team, the much more sort of well prepared. And, yeah, they're just taking advantage. Di Maria's been outstanding. Messi's been outstanding. McAllister, DePaul, Alvarez, they've all looked really, really good, and they're just taking the game to France and playing on the fact that this France side aren't 100%.
Yeah, I agree with that, Mike, as well. And what do you think it is, Jack? Do you agree with what Mike said, or do you agree with what I've said, that Argentina have just closed them down too much?
No, you know what? I absolutely do agree with that. It's something that, I didn't even think about until Mike pointed it out. The fact that, yeah, they did have a sickness bug during the week. There was some players out. There was some question marks over some players. And it really does show when you look at the game. The body language is just completely off it. And then you compare that to Argentina. Argentina are sharp. They're quick. They're to every pass, and France are just chasing them about the park. I think it was yourself, Russ, that mentioned at the start of the game how this will be won in the midfield, and it really has been in the midfield where it is getting won at the moment. You know, France cannot get a foothold in this game at all. That shows in the fact they've had no shots in target. It shows in the fact that they've taken off 2 players already 5 minutes before the 45 minutes, and obviously 7 minutes added time as well. But, you know, the fact they even had to make 2 subs really shows that there's an issue here on the France side. And that, when it's the case, when it's something like an illness, how do you even shake that off? If your players aren't up for it, then, you know, 45 minutes in the changing room isn't going to change anything. So where do they even go from here if that is, of course, the case, which it does look like at the moment? I really don't know. They've got the players, France, but, you know, how do they come up with the energy levels in the second half to mount any kind of comeback? I've not got a clue how they're going to do this.
And just kind of touching on what you said there as well, and obviously what I mentioned before, I'm just watching a little bit of play here, and, you know, France look a bit lethargic in the way that they're closing them down, and, yeah, Argentina are just able to kind of cut through it at will on a lot of occasions. You know, there's been a few moments where France have looked, you know, like they can defend a bit better, but in the majority, it's just been all Argentina in that half, and, you know, you can't argue with a penalty, which is tucked away brilliantly by Messi to put him, you know, up there as the Golden Boot, leading Golden Boot contender, I should say, sorry, at this present moment in time. And then obviously the second goal from Di Maria as well. But I'm just watching some of the movement here and some of the play. Like, it just looks like France, yeah, they're just not on it today.
Both goals sum that up. The penalty is just completely lazy. It's a complete giveaway. Absolutely. Perhaps needless. Maybe Di Maria might get an opportunity there, but, you know, it's just such sloppy play from Dembele. And then the second goal, they're just passing it around him as if they aren't even there. Honestly, it's a completely different France side from what we've been seeing in this tournament so far.
No, indeed not. And when Olivier Giroud came off, and no, indeed not, because when Olivier Giroud came off, he was clearly furious. He must have thought I can go all the way. He must have thought I can go all the way. Is that a blunder from Deschamps?
I'm not sure, Nicholas, because with me, Mike and Jack have touched upon it. They've not been able to get the ball through to like Giroud, Dembele, Mbappe up top. And maybe Deschamps thinking, if we can get on the ball a bit more and try and create things a bit more and fetch on Thuram who can create things, Moani who can also create things as well. Get creativity. Got Mbappe who can also create things and can score as well. Move him to the middle. Have Moani on one side, Thuram on the other. Have 3 creative players across the front line. Try and create things in the game, and then could try and open France up a bit more. Well, Argentina up a bit more, should I say, from France's point of view. I think that's probably what Deschamps looking at, trying creating things more, trying to open Argentina up a bit more, because they've not been able to do that. Argentina have closed them down, not been able to open them up. Argentina haven't been able to open up France much, so I wonder if he's trying to make it hard for Argentina to open them up, but it didn't look like that towards the end of the first half, and maybe that's why he's going them more creative players out wide, with Mbappe moving him into the middle where he's more dangerous. For me, in the front three is more dangerous if he's in the middle rather than out wide. You saw that against England. He didn't really get that much creativity when he was out wide against England or in the semi-final against Morocco. It was more when he came in towards the middle, when Mbappe got more into the game and created a lot more. Maybe that's why his change is just to get Mbappe into the game a bit more, try and get him back into this game, because at the moment this game's going far away from them and he's running, looks like he's only going to go one way, Nicholas, and that is Argentina victory. Do you agree with that statement there, man, where I've just said we got reason why Giroud went off and the reason why he took Giroud and Dembele off Deschamps? Do you agree with my reasoning, the reason why?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's a good point that you made there. Very valid point. And, you know, Giroud, it does offer them something different compared to the likes of Mbappe and Dembele and Griezmann and co. But, yeah, you know, that kind of says everything about the way Argentina's game plan has gone. You know, they've managed to marshal him out of the game. He's not had a sniff at all. And yeah, they'll be delighted to see the back of him. You know, knowing that the threats that he could have actually caused to them. Sorry, if he was kept on the field.
No, yes, indeed. France have really got to throw everything at Argentina in the second half. But Lionel Messi in the second half, surely he's got to score at least one more.
Yeah, you can see every time he gets the ball, he's wanting to score, Nicholas. He's wanting to get the ball, create things, look for the goal, or even look for a pass to play a 1-2 to gain and have a shot on goal. They've created a lot of chances, Argentina. He's been at the art of it, Di Maria's been at the art of it, McAllister's been at the art of it. They've not just spread it into one player, wanting to get all the glory, whereas France, they're looking for Mbappe all the time, trying to create things. But we Argentina, yes, Messi's the star man, the talisman of this side that have got out there today. But they're not looking to try and find him at all times. Looking at the likes of Alvarez, Di Maria, De Paul, other players like that to McAllister to create things. And Messi, yes, he'll only get another goal. He'll probably want to get another 3 goals to get 4 goals today and get the 100 goal mark for Argentina, which will probably win what I think is likely to be his last international game today for Argentina. But because that's what I've already said it before the game, that this will probably be his last international game. But I think you want to get more goals, and that's what we'll look to do. And hopefully, for personal standpoint for Messi, hopefully just get that 100 goal mark for Argentina and be the next one to break the 100 goal mark for him, because I don't think many others would get that. What do you reckon about that, Judge? Do you think Argentina Messi will look to get more goals, and do you think will look to try and break the 100 goal barrier in this final in the second half by getting another 3 goals?
I'm going to be honest, I don't think that's what will be on Messi's mind coming into the second half. I think they've already been here 2-0 up against European opposition. It was against Holland, and they bottled that in the later stages of the game. Yes, they went through on penalties. So I think their mindset in the second half, and especially Lionel Messi, who's the focal point of absolutely everything they do. I think I've been impressed all round by the Argentina side this evening. I think, we've seen performances from players like Di Maria stepping up and Alvarez again being outstanding, but just a general play and, the determination as a full team, it's been completely impressive. I think it's been the best they've played so far, and what better time to do it than the World Cup final. So I think in the second half, all Messi's thinking is, don't mess this up. Go out and yes, we'll try and get that third goal and seal the deal, but above all else, don't let France back into the game and don't have a repeat of what happened against Holland. If the opportunity comes up and Argentina start pulling away from the game, then that might start coming into his mind a bit more. But I think the second half has got to be about conserving the lead they've already got and seeing it out until the 90th minute and win the World Cup. And really, given the result against Holland, that really is important that they do that in the second half.
Yes, indeed they do. So, yes, indeed they do. It's but we're just about, we're about a couple of minutes away, at least from the start of the second half. So I can now hand you back to our commentators, Paul James and John JB Stuttard.
Thank you, Nicholas Jones and panel. Welcome back, everybody, to Doha. Well, Argentina are 2-0 ahead in this World Cup final. We're still waiting for the teams to come out. But we've got a few moments before the teams do come out. So let me just point you in the direction of something that happened. All Doha metro stations are probably experiencing high demand, and there will be lengthy waiting times. So Qatar Wales could be experiencing some delays. But Paul James, as we wait for the teams to go for the second half, in fact, both teams are out, so we'll get your views in just a second because we're about to kick off the second half here. I'm just trying to work out if there's been any changes from personnel. Remember, we had those 2 substitutions in the first half for France, which caught us out a little bit. Let's see, waiting to get us underway then. I don't know what the delay's all about. Whether The FIFA official getting involved. The referee has got his whistle to his lips. Messi gets us underway, and we're underway in this second half. And I can't see any changes in personnel, certainly from Argentina or the French, who have already made 2 substitutions at half time. Well, Paul James, from both Argentina and French's point of view, what do they both need to do in order to win the World Cup? Obviously, Argentina have just got to play safe, and you think at this moment French have got to gamble.
Yeah, I think it's important for Argentina not to take the foot off the gas. I think they've got to continue doing what they're doing. For France, they have to try to stop Di Maria down the left-hand side and Messi and start to create some chances for themselves.
Well, here's Messi now on the ball, just caressing the ball in there. Paul playing it towards the area, and in came Alexis McAllister. Would have been a great fillip for the Brighton man if he'd have made it 3 and made it safe. Lloris came rushing out like a bolt of lightning there to grab that one. Let's just check that French side again. So Lloris is in goal for them. Back 4, Fernandes, Upakamu, Varane and Koundé. 4-1-2-1-3. Rabiot, Tomani, Griezmann, and then Mbappe, Thuram, and Colomani. There's 2 substitutions. The Argentinian side, I'll just run through that very quickly. Eddie Martinez, Molina, Christian Romero, Nicolas Otamendi, Nicolas Tagliafico, Angel Di Maria, who for my money was the man in the match first half. Rodrigo De Paul, Enzo Fernandez, who's picked up the early caution card already this evening. Alexis McAllister for Brighton, Lionel Messi, who scored one of the goals, and Julian Alvarez. And they've got lots of players they can take to on the bench. Only 5, I think, can come on during the regulation 90. But at the moment, nothing really happening at the moment. As the French now try to steam forward. Thuram plays it back to Hernandez. And now Varane, the most experienced player. 93 caps behind him, but the 93rd one will be memorable for all the wrong reasons as things stand. Here he is on the ball, just trots about a couple of yards and then goes sideways to Upamecano. Gets the ball forward, looking for the runner Thuram on the left-hand side. Header back, and the ball ended up from Eddie Martinez, who gets a quicker touch of the ball this second half, but it's a casual touch. Can you believe it? An Aston Villa goalkeeper might just win the World Cup, Paul.
Well, he's not had much to do, has he?
I mean, he would have been expecting a very tough evening. He would have expected a very busy evening, but so far he's had precious little to do. And what he has done it competently enough. Argentina have made it easy for that in that respect.
Yeah, they're just again, France are going to have to try to break forward a little bit. They seem to be afraid to break forward. I use that term loosely, but they seem to be afraid to break forward in case they get caught on the break.
Well, here comes the kick forward. Thuram is there. Challenger's flying in left, right, and centre. Thuram, or rather, number 12 there, battling. It's been a battle royal in a lot of respects. Monani, in fact, was the man battling. Here's Messi. Here's Di Maria. Little chip ball. Could be a volley, and a good volley too. Just on the edge, I think it was De Paul who hit it right-footed. And a decent save by Lloris. But here's Fernandes. I'll get Paul's view when we get a breaking play. Because the pace of the game is unrelenting at the moment. As France now needing 2 goals to get half an hour's extra time in the remaining time. Might break there, but Fernandes not going to get that. It's with Eddie Martinez, but a good effort from De Paul there. But and one of the more comfortable saves that Lloris has had to deal with.
Yeah, but again, the build-up was fantastic. They look a threat every time they go forward to Argentina. The front line, Alvarez, Messi, and Di Maria are really, really on top of their game tonight.
Yes, it's still 2-0 and looking in complete control. And at the climax of the game, I will bring you the presentation at the end. And of course, all that pomp and ceremony that goes with it. Knowing FIFA, it will take 5 hours. between the final whistle and the actual presentation. But these things have to be done. I didn't exactly enjoy the ceremonies at the start. My cup of tea, as I said at the opening night about a month ago. But we've seen 63 games previously of real excitement, real vigour, plenty of surprises, plenty of shocks. But at the moment, Argentina on course, as things stand, to be adding to their wins in 78 and 86. 36 years they've had to wait to win this World Cup. At the moment, that long run may well be about to end. It's going to be a corner to France. Mbappe's won it off Fernandes. Now then, this is where they need to make this count at this stage. 6 minutes almost got in the second half. Griezmann will take the corner. Compared to Messi's, corners have been poor. What can the Atletico Madrid band do at this stage? They need something here, France. They need to make a game of it here in this World Cup final. Griezmann with the corner. And a good take from Eddie Martinez. Good, confident take. And he looks very assured there, Paul, in terms of handling. I'll just get your opinions in a second because Di Maria's up on a run. And here he is now, over halfway on the right-hand side. Feeds Messi. And there's a good run. De Paul's in support. A good challenge there. But how good was the handling there by Eddie Martinez? I mean, that was a good corner from Griezmann. The best we've seen him put in. And he came through the crowd there, Martinez, and took it superbly with both hands. Argentina, incidentally, won a free kick.
Yeah, it was whipped in by Griezmann. A lot of pace on the ball. And considering Martinez has not had a lot to do in this game, he's been fairly cold, that was an excellent take by the goalkeeper. And
it's a free kick. In fact, it's a throw-in rather than a corner. Or goal kick, rather. Then the ball's hoisted out of play. It will be a corner this time. And it came off Hernandez. Now Argentina don't have to take too many risks, being 2 goals ahead. And if they can get a third one, then you don't want to write the French up in any way because they are great competitors in their own right. But if Argentina get a third, there is very little or no hope, really, if you're an Argentinian at that point. But, as one pundit used to say, Jimmy Greaves, it's a funny old game. Lionel Messi to take the corner from the far side then. But Mero's in there. Otamendi, you can bet your life's in there. Here comes the corner into the near post. Griezmann got there and did a good job at the near post. And another teasing little corner, near post corner from Messi. McAllister was going for it, but Griezmann kept his eye on the ball, got it out. Another throw, and Argentina, understandably at this point, Paul, within the rules of the game, taking their time.
Yeah, they're not overtly time wasting, but they're game managing, if you will. But they're not under any threat of losing this game right now. That's the thing. They're not under any pressure at all.
Yeah, I mean, understandably being the opposite word, as you said, game management. Now, that's a very iffy sort of ball, but Martinez had to come off his line. He's made a bit of a Horlicks of it, but he's got away with it. There was a couple of Frenchmen coming in on that, but they did about enough. I think he was sold down the river with the back pass a little bit, but he got away with it. Rabiot now for the French inside the centre circle. Just 1 goal for the French, and we could have an interesting last quarter of the game. We almost had the first 10 minutes of the second period, and it's still 2-0 to Argentina. But as Luke Turton would always say, if he was alongside me in the commentary box, 2-0 is always a dangerous lead. And I think you'd echo that, Paul. At this stage, as a free kick has been given for a foul on De Paul, and another yellow card for Rabiot this time.
Yeah, late challenge there. Yeah, 2-0 is always definitely a dangerous lead. As I said before, we've seen it so many times. You give one away and you're really opening the door to letting the other side in. That's why I say Argentina do not want to take their foot off the gas at this stage.
Well, that's it. It's just one of those things, isn't it? And that's just the way it goes sometimes.
Absolutely.
There's the benches for Argentina, and they know they're not far off there.
I just wonder whether Scaloni will make any changes. I mean, I guess he doesn't need to right now because they're very much in control of the game. But I do wonder at what stage he will make changes.
I was going to make changes at some point. 10 minutes played in the second half, but I think if I was a betting man, and I'm not normally poor, as you very well know, I can't see making changes until possibly less than 20 minutes to play when the time is not going to be on the French's side. And at the moment, you can't see Argentina losing this. But as Jimmy Greaves once used to say, Paul, you're old enough to remember good old Jim, aren't you?
Oh, yeah.
It was a funny old game, isn't it, Saint?
I used to love Saint and Greedy on a Saturday afternoon. It was part of my week, really. It's a fantastic show. You don't see that sort of thing anymore. You just don't anymore.
No, the PC Brigade have sort of put paid to that sort of humour in life, as Trafalgar has called his man. It's a French free kick. You're not missing any of the action while we're having a chit chat. So anyone who tries to comment, please don't. We will bring you the action that matters on the TC Hub. We're also live on the on JB Sports Commentary Hub 2. We're also live on Storm FM, and we're also live on Turton Talks Football. And we're pleased to have Turton Talks Football with us and amongst our family of channels. And we're also on Twitch. As Kunde comes forward down the right-hand side, goes down a blind alley. Cross was blocked. Now there's a big chance here for the substitute Manini to try and make inroads. He wins his team a throw. And then it's going to be Kunde with another throw. Still 2-0 if you've just joined us on the TC Hub. If you are tuned to the TC Hub itself and its sister channels, YouTube channels, plus Twitch, please give our video a like. Please subscribe to the channels if you're listening, wherever you're listening. And please hit the notifications bell, please, because we will be back after Christmas with Premier League football. This is my last commentary, incidentally, of the calendar year. And what a way to sign off my calendar year of commentaries. It started with Nottingham Forest back knocking out Arsenal, and that was my first commentary with Paul, actually. So I've sort of started the year with commentating with you, Paul, and I'm finishing the year commentating with you, good self.
Yeah, that was an incredible game, that Forest game, wasn't it? An amazing result in the end for Nottingham Forest.
Yes, and a terrific result for football as well. Sorry, Mike. DePaul has been fouled while we were talking. Free kick. 58 gone. Still 2-0 to Argentina. And looking in complete control of the game. Nice ball. I was going to say a nice ball swept out towards Di Maria. Di Maria does win it. The referee allows it to go on. That's a good ball played in there to Alvarez, who shoots towards the near post, and Lloris has to get down and make the save. It would have took to have beaten Lloris at the near post there, Paul, but it was a good effort from Alvarez, but too close to the goalkeeper, who would never have got beaten at his near post.
Not likely, no. I think Alvarez might have been better going for the far post, but it was a very, very difficult angle.
It was a save that 99 times out of 100 Lloris would have expected to make anyway. We're almost hitting the hour mark here in the Lusail Stadium, the World Cup final. And it's France 0, Argentina 2. French have a free kick, I think. Mbappe, was he fouled there by Otamendi? No, I think it was the other way round. It's an Argentinian free kick. Well, we've had, a quarter of an hour of the second half, Paul. Argentina have a free kick. And so far, the French have not, even with the two substitutions they brought on before the break, they haven't looked at all like breaking down Emi Martinez and his back four.
No, they haven't. And that last play by France was probably the most sustained pressure they've had in the entire game. They just haven't been at the races tonight.
And that's putting it mildly. And there we go. I prefer Burnley being relegated. Two can play that game. Anyway, here's Di Maria cutting the ball back. Messi might finish it off. Oh, he nearly did. He nearly did. What a lovely bit of play again from Di Maria. Twisted and turned the defender in and out like he's done all night. Lovely little dummy by De Paul, and Messi just couldn't apply the finish in the end.
Well, it's a superb move again by Argentina, turning the French defence inside out. The dummy there that led the ball through to Messi was outstanding. It's like they've played together their whole lives, where the French are looking like they've never played together at all.
There's a little stat that Russ has just told us that Lionel Messi, in fact, is the first player to score in the group stages, the round of 16, the quarterfinals, the semi-finals, and the final in a single edition of the World Cup finals. Now, that is some statistic, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's incredible, and it just goes to his wonderful career that he's had. An absolute legend of the game, in my opinion, is Messi. I feel privileged to be in this generation to be able to see the likes of Messi and Ronaldo.
Yeah, but I still think Pele and the likes of Pele and Maradona and George Best are still, and Johan Cruyff as well, are still miles ahead of those two in terms of greatness and undoubted talent of a football. But it's easy to compare people from different eras, but that's just my opinion. But there's no doubt about it. Messi has been a terrific ambassador for football, and he will be a loss when he does retire, and Ronaldo too. But there's no argument now that if it stays the same, that Messi will have deserved the World Cup. There's no doubt about that. He has played exceptionally well, and a lot of people's money, I think he would be the player of the tournament. And a lot of people who backed Argentina at the start, well, Mike's only about half an hour away from adding to his 30 quid he's already won, unless France could come up with 2 goals in that time. They need something now. They have it now on the left-hand side, chipped in towards Thuram, who was waiting on the 6-yard line, but it was never going to reach him. And Romero did a very good job, nodding it out, or nodding the ball out for a throw into the French, deep inside the Argentinian territory. Now then, Varane they just need to get something going here. And at the moment, nothing going their way. And Alexis McAllister, what a game he's had in the midfield, just stowing the ball. There was no foul. And here's Alvarez. And here's a chance now for McAllister. Was he bundled down? The referee said no. I have to say that looked more of a penalty than the first one. And VAR will check it. But how far they will check it, I do not know. Penalty or no penalty?
I'm going to say no penalty, JB, just because of the fact that it looked like he used his shoulder rather than his arm.
Well, here it is again on the replay. The ball knocked forward. That's a nice little play there by... Well, I think that's a penalty. But the referee didn't give it. And that was his opinion that counted. And the French survive for the moment anyway. 63 gone on the TCM. Still 2-0 to Argentina. And it's a very comfortable 2-0 lead at this stage. But here come the French again. The ball, sure, it was out of play. No, it was kept in play. Kunde did really well to try and keep it in. But now then, is that a foul? Or was it shoulder? I'm not quite sure. We're just looking at the closer there. But McAllister certainly was knocked off balance, regardless.
Yeah, I mean, he was, but well, having looked at it at the other angle, I mean, it could very well be given. I have seen them given, JB. It was just for me, there was more the physical element of it there than it actually being a foul, but I have seen them given.
Well, Lionel Scaloni has decided to take Di Maria off, and he'll be up in your thinking for as player of the match because he's had a super 64 minutes of football here tonight. He has been outstanding, you're right. Acuna, who was left out at the last minute before the kickoff, number 8 has come on. But at the moment, I can't see it affecting the play so much. I'd have, personally, if I was the Argentinian manager, I think I'd have kept him on another 10 minutes just to be absolutely sure. But he's the manager. He's paid the mega bucks to make those decisions. Acuna gets his first touch. Plays the ball in field to Alexis McAllister, who again would be up in there for my thoughts for player of the match. He's had a terrific game. He may have a Scottish name, but he's played like a proper Argentinian tonight. There's no doubt about that. As the ball is knocked away. And there'll be all... Hugh Johns used to say about Pele, when he scored in the 1970 World Cup final, he called him El Rey Pele. well, I think we can safely say, Paul James, that Lionel Messi is just as right to that El Rey tag as Pele was 40 odd years ago.
Yes, I think so. He really has been an outstanding player. And the only shame I have is that we just haven't been able to see him in the Premier League. But he has nevertheless been just a legend of the game in my mind.
Absolutely, he's the king. If you're wondering why I say El Rey, the king. That's the South American term for the king. Anyway, Argentina still 2 goals clear. We've got about 25 minutes plus injury time just under to go. And as things stand, it'll be all over by the shouting. Unless France can find 2 goals in the remaining time, plus injury time, we don't know how long it's going to be. We had 7 in the first half. Goodness knows what we might have in the second. Probably about 15, the way this World Cup has gone. But we'll have to see. Molina puts the ball out of play, and France get on with the throwing straight away on the far side. And it's deep inside Argentina territory, and the ball played into us to Ram. And his other substitute, Manani, keeps the ball into play, but the ball has been lost by Koundé. But then again, Manani has won it again. A little bit of commitment coming into the French, but it's come 66 minutes too late, maybe. But there's still time for them to rescue this. Varane will have to lose Lloris up the other end. And it means France again will have to build from the back. So we're heading towards the last quarter of the game. We're heading towards the halfway mark of the second half. Argentina in complete control. France have had a bit more of the play, but it's what you do with that played possession that counts. And France have done very little for the talent they've got on their box. Ball played in. Oof, dear me, that was a bit of a misclearance there by Otamendi, of all people. We're approaching the 67th minute. We've had 67 minutes gone in this final in Doha. The World Cup. It's Argentina 2, France 0, and the French now have got themselves a corner. 67 minutes gone. Is this the time? We'll just get Paul's view in a second. Here comes the corner. Free header, and it was the substitute Manani in there. And you have to say, even though it trickles well wide, that was a gilt-edged chance for the French.
Yeah, they've had very few chances. It's a free header on the 6-yard box. You've got to be getting that on target for sure.
And in actual fact, looking at the close-up there, we see Kingsley Coman and number 25 there, Kamania. I think it came off his right-hand shoulder, incidentally, and it trickled behind. So we've had nearly 68 minutes of this game. 23 minutes into the second half. Messi and Di Maria's goals are like giving Argentina their 3rd World Cup. Remember, they won it in their own country in '78. How questionable that was. Certainly in that group game against Peru, which got them to the final that year. They had to win by 4 goals. They ended up scoring 6. Talk at the time that the Peruvian keeper, who was born in Argentina, was paid by the Argentinian hierarchy for winning 6 goals. I don't know whether that was true or false. And then Maradona single-handedly, pardon the pun, got them to the '86 final, which they won. And when I mean single-handedly, the first goal against England. But Argentina haven't needed divine intervention or hands of gods if they are going to win this time. They have played some terrific stuff. Here comes the ball into the penalty area, knocked away nearly by Romero. And in truth, really, it's been a game. It's been a disappointment from a game point of view, and from we've seen France so many times, but here they come again. Just 1 goal would make it interesting. And as Jack Hessing quite rightly said during the interval, Argentina did have a 2-0 lead against the Dutch and proceeded to lose it. But they haven't got a Wout Weghorst, unfortunately, France. If they had a Wout Weghorst, they'd give them a bit more of a chance than the Dutch. At the moment, it's still 2-0. One of the great showpieces, once every 4 years. And it's our first ever World Cup on the TCM, and what a World Cup it has been. And I will say my final thanks and All that come the final whistle when we wrap up the presentation and everything at the end of it all. We've got exactly now 20 minutes to play. France still in possession with Hernandez. They just need a break. A goal from somewhere would make it a interesting last 20 minutes to save. A shot comes in and over the top. It was Kylian Mbappe. The first time he's really got himself free and into that penalty area. Got away from Messi of all people, but got well underneath the shot ball. And that just sums up the French this evening in a nutshell.
It does, and they still haven't had a shot on goal with 70 minutes gone and 20 minutes to go. It's just not looking great for France, and it's looking very ominous now for them to get back into this game.
Griezmann and Hernandez off. Caminia and Coman on. Well, they're taking off another talisman there, Griezmann. There's the flu bug hitting in on some of these big players, I wonder, Paul.
It's possible. I can understand why they're taking Griezmann off because he's been very, very quiet, and the chances that would have normally have come through him to be created, and they haven't been.
Well, we got some comments here. Elino Saixias, sorry if I mispronounced your name, love. I presume you're a lady. I'll just come back to your comment in a second because we've got a break on here, and it's Alexis McAllister who's had the Brighton man. He's had a tremendous match. He really has. I'll come back to all your comments in a minute because Argentina, when Messi, who's on the ball now, as he goes inside the French penalty area, looks a real threat. Shot comes in. It's a good effort there by Enzo Fernandez. And it was an easy save for Lloris in the end. Nothing too drastic for the goalkeeper. So let's just go back to your comments very quickly, folks. Alino, I wonder how the French team will behave now they're behind in the score. They haven't showed so much so far. I think you're right there. And Rebecca says Messi, and I think you can't disagree with those two comments.
No,
and you can. And also, if you want to comment for the next 18 minutes plus injury time, you can. Keep your comments clean, obviously. We're still a family programme. Argentina 2, France 0. Been a bit like men against boys in a way today, Paul, in a lot of respects. The French just haven't turned up. And we'll just cut off for a second because we've got a French break on. It's going to come to nothing now. It's going to be cleared by Argentina. But it has been men against boys, hasn't it? Right from the word go, hasn't it? And from a sort of a neutral point of view, we expected an end-to-end game. We've had precious little of that, unfortunately. But then again, it's compensated by the skills of Messi, Di Maria and McAllister and others.
Yeah, it's been very difficult. They've not been able to handle Di Maria, Alvarez, Messi, and McAllister. They just haven't. They've tore the heart out of that French midfield. The game has been won and lost essentially there, and the creativity of Di Maria as well. It's just made it impossible for France to get back into this game. Yeah,
and I think Argentina, as things stand, will be winners of this tournament. I don't think there's any question about it. Both teams had lost one game prior to the to being in the final. France had lost 1-0 to Tunisia in what was really a meaningless game for them when they had a chance to get 9 out of 9, but put out a weakened side and lost. So as you know, Argentina were beaten by 2-1 on the opening night against Saudi Arabia. Apparently, they all won a Rolls Royce each, apparently, so I'm told. The Saudi players for that win. And for teams like Saudi Arabia and teams like that, just to win a game at the World Cup is a massive achievement. But to win the tournament outright, like Messi could well stands to do at the moment, well, he had a chance in 2014 against Paul's Germany. He came a cropper to Mario Götze, as you will probably remember, Paul. But tonight, though, he has been the king. There's no doubt about it. He's looked determined. I have to say, he's looked determined throughout the tournament to try and win this World Cup. But unless Mbappe and co find something now spectacular in the next quarter of an hour, I don't think there's going to be that much to stop Messi from crowning his dream. And who could deny him that at this stage of his career, Paul? But just break him in. No, wait a minute, because Alvarez is through. This could settle it. He's 1 against 4, though, against him. So he needed support. Just thought for a moment Alvarez was going to get clean through there on Lloris's goal. That really would have put the icing on the cherry on the Argentinian cake. That looked like a shirt pull there on Coleman, but the referee allowing it to go on. That's good refereeing. I like it when a referee lets the play continue, let it breathe. That's the way. And then Varane makes a complete mess of it. And once again, France just running out of ideas.
Yeah, they don't. They look like they haven't played together. The passing is wayward. They really do look short of ideas, JB.
And what annoys me more, Paul, is that this is practically almost the same side as everyone has been saying in the build-up that won this tournament 4 years ago. So they should have experience playing together. It really baffles me why that hasn't been the case. Maybe that flu bug is taking its toll. I don't know, but it's just. It has shades of Brazil 98 about it. They was unstoppable up until the final. And then for whatever reason in Paris that night against Zidane and company, they didn't play. And it's shades of that in a way.
Yeah, it is. It's very strange because this French team, they do have a lot of young talent as well. I don't think they're a totally aging team.
Well, certainly Mbappe will not be aging too much. They'll still have another 2 or 3 World Cups after the likes of Messi and Ronaldo have departed the scene. So he won't be too upset. He's already won a World Cup anyway. Came on as a fearless youngster 4 years ago. There's another foul there. And frustration getting the better of the French now. Red Blues turning into a blue day for the Red Blues. And it's not for the right reasons. That's a poor challenge on DePaul.
Yeah,
I think that has to be said.
Card.
I'm sure he's been booked actually. But, we're just seeing Kingsley Coleman there, showing some good skills there. Oh, there you go. Thank you very much, Alvarez. But they need more than that in the next quarter of an hour. And it doesn't look as if it's likely at this stage of proceedings as Argentina go looking for the crowning glory and trying to get a third, which would really give them the world's greatest football prize. And how well Messi's earned this gold medal if he does to win it. Ball parried across. And Luis puts DePaul's cross from the right-hand side out the air. And France breathe again, but they have to get the ball forward. He goes long there, but 3/4 of the way downfield. But it comes to an Argentinian player. It's just been that sort of night where it's just bounced. Everything's just bounced Argentina's way. We all said it was going to be a very close affair. But when you look at the final analysis, and unless France could come up with about 3 snookers and 2 goals, there's no way. Unless that happens, then you have to say the final has been very, very one-sided, and Argentina have been far too good on the night, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. They've just been so impressive going forward, even defensively, and in midfield they have just dominated. There's been no competition in the middle of the park, JB, none at all.
Well, Giovanni Infantino is in the crowd, and 1 or 2 of the dignitaries, of course, the French Prime Minister is there, and the Argentine Prime Minister is there. And it looks as if it could be a great night for Argentina, unless, that could be a penalty as well. It is a penalty. The French have got a penalty, Paul. It's a foul by Otamendi, and France just maybe, if they can stick this one away. It's the substitute that went through there, Manani. He goes down, and Otamendi there, pulling his shirt, it looks to me. And that looked as if it was a penalty, Paul. Your views?
No doubt, in my mind, he's got a hold of him there, you see. Bit different from the other one where they had the physical connection together. He's got his arm on him there. He's got his arm he's got his hand on his arm, and he's sort of pushing him. That, for me, is a clear penalty.
Well, Mike Arnold back in the studio will be biting his nails and will be quivering, because if Mbappe puts this in, we are absolutely in for a grandstand finish. He's had 4 penalties. He scored 3 and missed 1, and that was to the goalkeeper's left. This is a vital kick for France in every sense of the word. Kylian Mbappe could draw level with the golden boot, but more important, as he steps up right-footed, he has scored! And France are back in it! Kylian Mbappe! And the French president on his feet. France need 1 to take it to extra time, Paul. The goalkeeper gets right, but he couldn't get there. And France are back in the game. And Mike Arneman in the studio will be quivering.
Yes, he will. I think Martinez here just made a slight mistake. He just went to just edge to his left a little bit. I think if he hadn't have done that, he might have got that.
He nearly got there. Well, there we go. Well, we may just get a grandstand finish here on the TC Hub. The French, out of nowhere, have got a penalty and have scored through Kylian Mbappe. That draws them. He draws him level, incidentally, in the Golden Boot Award front on 6 goals. So Messi and Mbappe are tying for the Golden Boot again. So that makes it interested in that department. What makes it even more interesting in the wider scheme of things is that it's backing it at 1 goal, and if France get another one, then maybe, just maybe, we could still have extra time. And there's 10 minutes of normal time to play, but given how much stoppage time there has been, Coleman has bundled Messi off the ball fairly, says the referee. And Rabiot has it. Maybe that's just spurred the French on, maybe. And here's Thuram, and they might get it. It's another one! And Mbappe scored! It's 2-2! They've done it! 2 goals in 3 minutes! And Mbappe is equalised! And France from nowhere are level in this World Cup final! And Paul, who saw that coming? 2-2!
Certainly not me. I didn't see it coming, but that finish is exquisite by Mbappe. Puts him ahead in the Golden Boot race now, but that is absolutely superb finish. It might have been a foul on Messi in the build-up, but that to me was a quality goal. I can't believe France are back in this, JB. I just can't believe it.
Neither can I. It's definitely going to the wire now, says Nicholas. Wow, what a game. Well, 5 minutes ago, Paul, we were saying how one-sided this was, but all of a sudden the penalty has just opened things back on, and it's sort of a mirror image of the quarterfinals against Holland when Argentina were 2 up and seemingly coasting. I'm not sure whether that was a foul, but having said all that, Argentina had ample time to get into position and could have defended that better, but you can't legislate for a finish like that. And Deschamps, how has he managed to get his team out from the dead? I will never know. We've got a classic here, and we're 8 minutes away plus injury time from extra time.
Well,
we never saw this one coming, did we?
No, we didn't. Absolutely not. And just to touch on Didier Deschamps, this is why I believe he's one of the best coaches in the world and why France needs to keep a hold of him.
And what makes it even more unbelievable is they've got 7 minutes to win it. Argentina, and I think Argentina, where it's gone wrong, I think they took Di Maria off far too early because Acuna's done nothing as far as from memory, and you take your best player off, and therein lies the proof. This is what's happened.
It's true because Argentina haven't had the same sort of threat. They've still been a better team, but they haven't had the same sort of threat since they took Di Maria off.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what the panel back in the studio will make of that come the end, because I still think he should have been kept on for another 15 minutes and then took him off around about this time. Argentina come forward and the shot was deflected, but, well, 10 minutes ago, we were all talking Messi up to win the World Cup. Now it's well and truly in the balance. Mbappe's now gone to 7 goals, as Paul says, in the Golden Boot. He's got 2, and France are level, inexplicably. I did say, 10 minutes into the second half, things can change, and it is a funny old game. Or maybe the Jimmy Greaves analogy has just come true yet again in this of all games. And here come France threatening to win it. And here's Thuram, who's had plenty to say for himself. He's run 40 yards with the ball. Mbappe's on a hat-trick, of course. And he could, oh my word. They could have been ahead. Mbappe's cross. Milani came in at the far post, far right-hand post, and just couldn't flick the ball goalwards. And France, in an instant, could have been 3-2 ahead, Paul. My word.
Absolutely. Just couldn't get a connection on the ball. Had he done, there's a good chance that would have been on target. And France are now looking like, when they go forward, they're looking like they've upset that Argentine defence. And the Argentinians look very, very nervous at the back now.
Well, Mike has just said, didn't see this coming, might just need a change of underwear. Dear me. Another comment here. comes from Rebecca. What a game. Yes, indeed, Rebecca. Well, it may be Mbappe's World Cup after all. Who knows? But we've got 5 minutes of normal time, plus probably about 8 minutes of stoppage time, or probably about 15 knowing FIFA at this stage. I wouldn't mind if they put 15 minutes of stoppage time on at the end of this. I'll tell you, this second half, the last 5 minutes especially, has just been nothing short of phenomenal.
Well, it's been amazing, hasn't it, JB?
This is my second World Cup final, and the last one 4 years ago was a classic, which went to extra time, won 4-2 by the French. Croatia led at some point in that one, and now we're seeing a mirror image of 4 years ago. This is got to be up there for one of the best World Cup finals of all ages, and I've had 2 of these now, and I have to say I've been absolutely fortunate to be given the finals I've been given, because, you know, up until I started commentating, the World Cup finals used to be bland affairs with no one daring to lose, but everyone's daring to win. And that is great. That's great for the game. It's great for the spectators. It's great for the nerves. It's great for the tension. And that's what you want to see in a final of this magnitude, Paul. Free kick to France.
Absolutely. I feel extremely privileged to be commentating on this game as a co-commentator, and I'm just so grateful to be working with a commentary hub coming up to almost a year now. And for me, this is really huge.
And here comes and there's another penalty. No, free kick Argentina. I thought there was another penalty. Yellow card for simulation to Thuram. Wow, more sensation in this final. And final that's had so many twists and turns in the last 5 or 6 minutes. Marcus Thuram has been booked for diving. There's his father Lilian in the crowd. They think it's a penalty, the French. Well, what is it? Was it a penalty?
I want to just have another look at that. No, not for me. There's contact, but look, he starts to go over.
He's looking for contact. That's the point. The point is, Paul, he's looking for it, isn't he?
He is. He's looking for it, and he starts to go over before the contact is actually made.
Yes.
Good decision by the referee. A very good decision in a high-pressure situation.
Yes, he has done well there. I echo what Paul just said there. That is a good decision from the referee. But you never know. I mean, VAR would have had a cross eye on it. There's 2 players down now from each side, so we're going to get treatment here. But oh my days, we've had the last 10 minutes, Paul. When you think about it, and you sort of think about it looking back now, this last 10 minutes has probably been the greatest 10 minutes of World Cup football I've had the privilege of commentating on this. But as Luke Turton would have said, this is a great finish. Let's go back to the Mbappe goal, the second goal, which was a terrific goal. The goal of the game, in my opinion. Great goal.
Absolutely.
Getting back to 2-2.
Yeah, and the goalkeeper's unfortunate not to save it. He gets a hand onto it, but the volley is just exquisite. The connection is superb, and it's going to be very hard for any keeper in the world to make the save on that.
Rebecca says, "Oh, it's history. Oh, it's certainly going to go down in history." Russ says it's no good for these nerves. 7 goals in 7 World Cup games for him. 7 in 7. You can't do much better than that. As I say, he goes ahead of Messi in the World Cup Golden Boot now. I'll raise you some more, he says. Kylian Mbappe to Lionel Messi. Still a French player down. The Argentinian is up. I'm not sure who it was. It was Alvarez who was up. Messi is there. I wonder what's going through Messi's head right now. It was, let's just see who the French player was. It was Rabiot who was checked there. What would be going through Messi's head right now? He's 10 minutes away, maybe more than that, from a World Cup, and then Mbappe does that. How must he be feeling, Paul, at this point?
Well, it's
must be
very
sick as a
difficult
parrot.
to say. Oh yeah, it must be. But I mean, at the same time, I think Messi is a perfect professional, and I think he's just going to be focused on fixing this. And I'm not going to make a prediction, but I really feel as though we're not done with the goals yet.
Well, we've still got about a minute or so of normal time, and goodness knows how much stoppage time. I'm just going to hesitate. I'm just going to, whatever happens, well, I'll ask you for a player of the match in a second or two, Paul, but we're going to wait until a little bit into stoppage time before giving you that. So we haven't forgotten about the man of the match sponsored by Commentary Services, but there's so much happening. We've got contenders now from France, Mbappe with 2 goals, Messi, Di Maria, Alexis McAllister, Thuram even, he's played a part as well in the comeback for the French. So there's so many candidates out there. 8 minutes of stoppage time. So another 8 minutes of this to go, Paul. And to be quite honest, I know I would criticise the amount of stoppage time, but the way this last 10 minutes has been, who can complain?
Oh yes, it's been outstanding, and the game has just blown up from nowhere, hasn't it? Like it just seemed done and dusted.
Well, it still could be. I mean, 8 minutes is more than ample time for one of these two teams to win it in the outright 90 minutes offside flag. Well, I'm going to ask you for a player of the match, regardless of what happens from now on in. I'm going to ask you now. I'm going to put you on the spot. Who gets your player of the match sponsored by Commentary Services Board? I know it's a lot to ask.
It is a lot to ask. There's a lot of options, but I have to give it to Angel Di Maria because this is not just a 5-minute spell, a 10-minute spell where a player has come to life. He has been dominant in the game up until the point that he was taken off. And I believe if they kept him on, the score may be different.
Absolutely. It's a point I alluded to earlier. Ball out of play, it will be a goal kick to France as Argentina try to build down the left-hand side. So I think, yeah, I would agree with you on that. Angel Di Maria was, for 64 minutes that he was playing in this final, was unplayable. And I think, yeah, and there he is. And I wonder what he must be feeling. At least he has a little bit of consolation. Should Argentina, God forbid, lose this, at least he'll have, well, won't be much consolation in getting our player of the match award from you, Paul, but I mean, still haven't lost it. Obviously, it's still level at 2-2. But the way the game has swung now, France are in the ascendancy, you have to say. And they've got a free kick deep inside Argentina territory. And wouldn't it just be typical if they were to score from this, Paul? Argentina now will be living on their nerves. Free kick.
Well, I think Argentina at the back now are very, very shaky. France, their tails are up, of course. Going into extra time, if it does go that far, I think it's this pace it's going to be difficult for the players to maintain this kind of pace.
Yeah, we saw that in extra time in the Holland Argentina quarterfinal, where the players just couldn't. I think they were all settling for penalties from minute 1, although Messi came so mighty close in one of the opportunities. Free kick comes in, it's headed away. Argentina were strong enough then to withstand that little bit of pressure, but France are certainly the team in the ascendancy. The substitutions have made a difference. And you just think about now, should Scaloni have waited about 15 minutes longer to take off Di Maria, but you get paid the mega bucks, Paul, to make these decisions. And you have to say, in terms of the substitutions, Deschamps has finally got it correct, and Scaloni, at the moment in time, has got it wrong. Yeah,
and I just wonder whether that will come back to haunt him if Argentina lose at this stage.
Well, here comes Mbappe, who tries another shot, and did that deflect? Well, sorry to interrupt, Paul. It did deflect off Romero. This game is relentless.
It's superb, isn't it? It's absolutely superb. What a pleasure to be a part of it.
A pleasure is putting it mildly. It's an absolute joy. Corner to France. Well, I did the World Cup final for JB Sports 4 years ago, and that was dramatic in its own way. But I never thought we'd get another game like this. Here comes the corner. There's a Frenchman gone down, but it was purely off the ball, and I think it was accidental anyway. France still have it on the far side, though. They couldn't possibly do it here. And here goes. Oh, is that it's a penalty now? It's put on. Rabiot saved and held in a second attempt by Annie Martinez. Oh, my word. I thought we were going to get a penalty 1 minute. And then Rabiot shot. Goalkeeper couldn't hold it. And in the end, I'm not sure whether that was a pass back, but oh, my word. I don't think we'll ever see a finish like this. Here come Argentina with Messi. The ball out of play. It will be an Argentinian foul. My goodness me. We've got 4 minutes of this to go. How are your nerves at home, everybody? Now, what's the referee doing here? He's going to go and book a player. Is he going to book someone off the bench? I wonder if he's going to the French one for sure. Is it Deschamps he's going to book?
Looks like it might be Giroud.
It's Giroud of all people. I don't know what. Well, he's not happy with that decision. I'm not. Presumably, he's spoken out of turn of the fourth official on, or something that's been said. Well, we've had the last quarter hour, there's been so many talking points. I don't know how Nicholas in the panel, in the turnaround from, if it does go to extra time, from the turnaround from the final whistle to the start of extra time, we're going to fit them all in. There's so many things that happen in the last sort of 10, 20 minutes or so. We don't know what's going to happen, but we might get a finish here. And it's, oh my word, and it was a break on there for Manani, and he could have been the match winner. Still might be. The French go, and he goes down, no penalty. He went down, clearly looking for it. Polish referee, saw it clearly, not 10 yards away. Saw it clearly, not a penalty. Here comes Messi. Here comes Messi for Argentina. Sorry to interrupt, Paul. This game is just relentless. It's been an end-to-end fest this last 15 minutes. And still it remains. And Acuna now needs to do what Di Maria did. And he's laid the ball into Tagliafico, and he can't get the ball in. It was a sort of tired-looking cross from Nicholas Tagliafico. And then he goes and fouls Rabiot. Referee thought about playing advantage, decided to give the free kick. And maybe just as well, because this has been breathless.
Oh, it's just been superb in the last sort of 15, 20 minutes or so. We've really been treated to the full skills that both these sides are capable of.
I'll tell you what, I put a Facebook post up, Paul, you might remember, when I just laid down at my commentary seat after the Holland-Argentina quarterfinal. I was so tired, and it's looking the same way. Because we are now about a minute or two away from extra time, unless one of these two teams can win it. You wouldn't put it beyond one of these two teams with the players out on the field. Well, Messi be the man to provide it. Messi has a shot and another great save. Lionel Messi nearly won it. And Hugo Lloris has just produced a save in a million, Paul.
Oh, what an outstanding save. This is why he's still one of the best goalkeepers in the world. What a superb save. And Messi looks like he's questioning how that stayed out, I'm sure of it. Wow.
Well, he's also off a little. Well, he's seen it there. He's just got a big left hand to it, and he palmed it over. But this is a World Cup final that will go in the memories, certainly in the TCR archives. And if you listen back in 100 years' time, when we're all gone from this immortal world of ours, and you listen back and you marvel in the commentary of what was a terrific, compelling final, you appreciate how good this really was. Messi with a corner into the near post. France deal with it. Now, can they do something on the break? That's going to be a foul, and that's definitely going to be a yellow card because that stopped a clear situation. And I think that's referee, in a lot of his decisions tonight, you can't question or argue. Acuna quite rightly picks up the yellow card, and he knew exactly what to do there, and he takes one for the team.
Yeah, I'd like to see this referee in the Premiership, to be honest. I really would. I think we're lacking good referees with common sense like this.
Well, he certainly refereed it with a great deal of common sense, and he's let the play go. We played the 8 minutes, and now it's at the referee's discretion how much longer he might want to add on. I think there might be an extra minute or so, personally. Coleman gets to the byline, needs a good cross, has to turn it back. It comes out. Well, it looks as if it's going to be extra time, another half an hour of this. Unless there's a break here for there's a chance here for Alvarez. He's going towards the corner, but he needs support. And he's going to play to Messi. Messi on the edge of the area. There's a man free on the far side. But Messi couldn't get the right ball through. The referee's got whistle to his lips and blows for the end of what has been a dramatic 98 minutes of football so far. Because it's not the end. Not by a long shot, because we are going to extra time. France were 2-0 down with a quarter of an hour to play, and then a quick 2 goals in 3 minutes from Kylian Mbappe has given the French new life. Could have won it towards the end. Now we're going to extra time. We're going to quickly go back to the studio while me and Paul get ready for extra time. Plenty for Nicholas and the boys to chew over back in the studio. Good luck.
Thanks, JB. We'll do our best. Wow, France have really turned this around from what we thought was game, set and match for Argentina. France just only go and turn things on the head. And I have to say, Russ, first, what an incredible 7 minutes before the end of time.
Yes, absolutely, Nicholas. Fantastic game and fantastic end to what has been a fantastic game. And JB Riley said towards the end of the commentary, whether people are listening, whether it's in years to come or in, say, after we've all left this planet or whatever earth that we all live on, the people will be listening back to our coverage and be thinking, wow, what a commentary from JB and Paul, and what a final as well. Fantastic game of football. I couldn't write it which way it was going to go. Absolutely fantastic. I was biting my nails at one point, Nicholas, and I don't think I've got any nails left to bite if he goes any further on. It's been like brilliant of a match. Fantastic game. One that we've all loved to see.
Certainly, and Jack and Mike, are you surprised at how quickly France managed to turn it around towards the end, despite the problems that they had throughout much of the second half?
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you look at this, the way that the game has gone, Argentina were dominant for about 80 minutes or so, and then France get the penalty, put that one away, and then straight away are able just to score again within the space of just a few minutes there. And Kylian Mbappe, changing the game, obviously showing that he wants to win this Golden Boot, he wants to win this World Cup, he wants to, he wants to make this this moment all about him. And with Messi obviously as well on the Argentinian side, this is going to be a real enthralling extra period, and with the potential going to penalties as well. But France are in the ascendancy for sure at the moment.
Yes, they are, and we said that, and Paul and JB said that Deschamps made a mistake bringing off Giroud so soon. Do you think Scaloni will have done the same for Angel Di Maria?
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to be ruining that that substitution there and bringing Di Maria off when he was so instrumental in the way that Argentina were playing. Yeah, that was a big mistake on his part.
Ross, Jack, do you agree?
Yeah, I think Angel Di Maria, he was the real focal point in that side, and I felt like it was individual performances in that game. Yes, Argentina were playing really good in that first half, but it was really players like Messi, players like Angel Di Maria that were pushing them towards that next level, the real next level players in the squad. It just seemed like such a shooting your own foot, really. I said before, where were France going to find the energy levels? They found it, and in the second half as well, you thought Argentina, don't have a repeat of that game against Holland, and it's exactly what's happened. Honestly, this is ridiculous from Argentina that it's got to this stage. However, my prediction of 2 each in penalties is still on, so I'm pretty happy with that. And if Argentina win, then I get the sweepstake as well, so happy days.
Yes, and I agree as well. I think taking off Angel Di Maria was a big problem for Argentina, and what has swung it in France's favour. Hopefully Argentina can get the win, maybe on penalties.
My 3-2 still in as well. Actually. There's still a moment for Messi in extra time yet as well.
Okay, we're about to start the first period of extra time, so back to Paul and JB.
Thank you, Gick. Welcome back, everybody. Well, Paul and I have only had about 5 minutes to get our breath back from this, but I'll tell you what now, the next half an hour, Paul, was France prepared to get us underway. The referee just checking there, again with the officials. There he goes, puts his whistle to his lips, and away we go again. So, before I give bring Paul in for his views on what might happen in the next half an hour, let me just remind you of the rules of extra time. It's half an hour in all, 15 minutes each way, and if it's still level after that, penalties. So Argentina are attacking from right to left. France, left to right. Paul, after the 90 minutes that's gone before us and the dramatic nature of the end of the second half, what drama do you think is going to happen in this game?
Well, it's so unpredictable at this point because France do have their tails up, and at this point you've got to wonder whether they're the favourites. But Argentina still have a lot of talent out there and are very capable of winning this game. I don't see it being the end of the goals, but I'm not making any predictions.
Well, that might just be enough, but at least we're not going to get a 0-0 like the League Cup final back in February when it did go all the way, but it was 0-0. but we're not going to get a repeat of that, so you're off the hook anyway, as far as I'm concerned. Argentina 2, France 2, if you just joined us here. And Argentina were 2 up after 79 minutes, then 2 goals from Mbappe after 79 and 81 minutes, doubled the count. And to be quite honest, it then proceeded to be like an FA Cup game, going from one end of the field to the other. The pace from that moment when Mbappe scored the second, the one of them came from the penalty spot. I don't think there's been any changes from either side at half time, incidentally, or full time into extra time. So a free kick to Argentina deep inside the French half. Argentina led 2-0. Goals from Messi after 23 from the penalty. And then Di Maria 36. Gave them a 2-0 interval lead. But back came France, 2 goals in 3 minutes. In the 78th and 81st minute. 1 from a penalty, 1 from, as the ball is threading into the area. Shot comes in, deflects. And it's, in fact, I thought he deflected the shot there from Alexis McAllister, but he didn't. It's a goal kick to France. So, 2 minutes gone in extra time. You're listening to the TCR, the World Cup final, alternate commentary with me, JB, and Paul. And what has been one of the most remarkable turnabouts in a World Cup final for many, many a long year. France, for 75 minutes, were outplayed, outfought, outrun by this Argentinian side who were determined to win the World Cup. But then France, from somewhere, got themselves back in it. Penalty converted by Mbappe. And then 2 minutes later, an unstoppable volley has brought us into extra time. A little slip there from the French defender. Well, it's Messi in on the right-hand side. But then the French defender, not sure who it was, got back, recovered well, and won his team a free kick. It was number 25, in fact. One of the substitutes, Canamara, who did well. He slipped initially, but then got back, stopped Messi, and good recovery. Only thoughts of the early stages, Russ. Paul, sorry, I'm calling you Russ now.
At least I'm not the only one that gets names wrong. That's good.
It's been that sort of evening, hasn't it?
It has. But they've started very well of Argentina. Looks like they've been able to compose themselves in the break. And it should be interesting now to see how this first half of extra time plays out.
Yeah, absolutely. Alina Selena says, it looks like Argentinians missing Di Maria, maybe a bad substitution. Rebecca says, nail biting blood pressure medicine. Never mind you, Rebecca. I think Paul and I might need a little bit of recuperation after this one, I tell you. It's been an absolute thrilling minute, but I'll tell you what, it's draining on the commentators sometimes, but you wouldn't miss these for the world. Rabiot in possession, inside the centre circle, still in his own half, but he then goes over halfway. Good acceleration of pace. Tries to play a 1-2 with Mbappe, and then doesn't come off in the end. But and then Milani has won the ball back fairly, said the referee. The Polish referee who's had a decent game tonight, in my opinion. Only about 4 or 5 yellow cards compared to what me and Luke had to put up with. I think we had 17 in that quarter-final we covered between the Argentinians and the Dutch.
Yeah, that was
farcical,
wasn't it?
One of the most farcical referee performances in 7 years as a commentator I've ever had to commentate on. Kunde's been fouled, incidentally. And Kuna knew exactly what he's doing. And remember, he's also on a yellow card as well, remember. And he doesn't want to run the risk of being red carded. And there's going to be a French change. Rabiot is going to come off. And we're going to see Fofana come on, not the Leicester City player, but Rabiot is coming off, and it's suspected concussion we're hearing, and Fofana will take his place. So it's not Wesley of Leicester, it's a different Fofana, just so you know. So we've played 5 minutes of the second half, and or the first half of extra time. We're almost halfway through it already, and looks like a foul there on one of the French players, and it's a free kick again. Now we're starting to get a flurry of free kicks. Tired-looking challenges out there. And it's bound to be at this stage, Paul, now. There's so much riding on it.
Yeah, I mean, as I said at the end of the game, it's going to be very difficult for these players to maintain the type of energy they were showing in the last 20 minutes.
We certainly saw a theme of that during that Argentina Dutch quarter final. I keep harking back to that, but it's a similar pattern. nothing happened for the first 15 minutes, and then it all went towards the end now. Then the referee's got some sorting out to do. Mbappe's hurt himself and all of that, and he's down injured. I'm not sure. He's waving his arms around like an air traffic controller, and I'm not trying to make out whose free kick it is. It's Argentina's by the looks of it. It looks a free kick to France rather than Argentina, if I'm being totally honest. If he's giving it to Argentina, then that's a very strange decision from the referee.
It looks like Mbappe's clutching the back of his leg there. I wonder if he's pulled a hamstring.
You know, when you pull a hammy or an hamstring, they are very, very painful. But it looks as if he's running all right. And he looks fine to me, Paul, from first glance. Anyway, here's DePaul. Here's DePaul trying to knock the ball forward. Messi carries the ball on. The ball out to the far side. Acuna will keep it in play. There are three Argentinians looking for the cross. One of them was Alvarez. Might break to DePaul on the edge. Messi's in there too. DePaul flicks the ball in. Maurice decides to stay at home, and in the end, that was a good option because the ball then drifted out of play over on the far side and behind the dead ball line for a goal kick.
Yeah, just a sort of a lazy ball into the box there. I think a lot of these players now really are showing a lot of tiredness at this point, and who can blame them? The end of that first half, the end of that second half was utterly crazy.
And that's a mild word to express it. It was, well, crazy. It was ridiculously brilliant, I think would be the word I would describe that. Crazy wouldn't be the half of it. Mbappe has possession, or he's looking to get the ball in there. He's in the middle, in fact. The header back. Martinez will get there, but the backward header from one of the Argentine defenders. 8 minutes gone in extra time, first period. We're halfway through that extra time now, or that first period of extra time. Remember, it's 15 minutes each way. And if you can't find a winner in that time, then we'll have the dreaded penalty shootout. And it would be the third time in World Cup finals history over the 23 previous World Cup finals that we've had a penalty shootout. 1994, after a 0-0 between Brazil and Italy, an instantly forgettable 0-0 it must be said, in Los Angeles. And Roberto Baggio and Franco Baresi missed the crucial Italian penalties. Here's a chance now for the substitute of Mane to come forward. A good tackle there. And it was timed. It had to be timed right. It was right on the edge. And Mane's actually hurt himself on the edge of the D there. But referee playing on. He's letting the game flow. Good from him. Good to see. Mbappe now on a hat-trick, remember. He's got a brace. He's gone to 7 in the World Cup standing. Gone to 7 goals in the World Cup scorers chart. Top of it. Will his team end up at the end of the night top of the pops and on top of the world? The second time, incidentally, when a World Cup final's gone to a penalty shootout, 2006 between Italy and France. Italy going through on penalties, and that was after the Zidane sending off, of course. And what odds would you get on that at the start? Fofana has been fouled, incidentally, and it's in a dangerous position, this free kick to France. And then what's going to happen next?
Well, they've got a chance to work on it. It's a free kick, there's no doubt. But this is a chance for France now to see if they can snatch a lead.
Coleman's going to take the free kick from the left-hand side. It's almost in line with the 6-yard area. At a couple of yards from it, in fact. In it comes. It's high into the penalty area, headed out. And then the shot will come in, deflected. It might break for Coleman again. Messi gets back and concedes the corner of all people. And good to see Messi there at the other end of the field doing a bit of defensive work.
Yeah, good work by Messi, working hard. That's always been one of his traits as well. It's not just his talent. It's not just the gift that he has. His hard work and commitment is there for all to see as well.
There's Coleman's corner. Into it goes again, but ball comes back again. Now then, France can reload from the right-hand side. In it goes. Up go the heads. It was an Argentinian one that got there. Bit of a crowd scene, but Argentina dealt with it well. Referee gives France a free kick, I think. Or is it the other way? I think it's the other way to Argentina. Now, yes, he was pointing towards the 6-yard area, so it must have been an Argentinian free kick for offside, in fact. In fact, there were 3 of them offside. And Argentina now, Paul, can breathe again.
Yeah, again, no, just slightly offside. And it's now an opportunity for Argentina just to grab a breather now and see what they can create.
Well, usually these finals very seldom produce drama and entertainment of the highest quality. We've certainly had plenty of that in abundance this evening, and what a joy it has been. No foul there on Manani. Free kick hasn't been awarded, but it has been to Argentina. Manani got back and fouled his man. Free kick. But it's now starting to get bitty. We're now in the last 3.5 minutes of extra time, of the first period of extra time. I'll have a quick change around. So me and Paul will stay with you at the turnaround as off comes De Paul. The race is run. And so too is Alvarez of Manchester City, who's been a little bit pedestrian possibly since Di Maria went off. That's another danger gone, and another danger gone as well. But Martinez and Paredes are still very tough customers. Your views on those double substitutions? Is it with penalties in mind? Are they playing for penalties?
Well, it could be, but Alvarez would be a penalty taker. And of course, taking Di Maria off, just to go back to that, again, he would be a penalty taker. So, I mean, yes, perhaps with this in mind that they are looking at showing up for a potential penalty shootout.
Well, France haven't had a penalty shootout in this tournament yet. So we don't know what's going to happen as regards their potential 5, of course. But, of course, there's still a little bit of a way to go before that. Again, could be 1 before the end of extra time. As Brian Clough once said, it only takes a second to score a goal. So anything could happen. So we're inside the last couple of minutes of the extra, well, we're almost inside the last couple of minutes of normal time in the first period of extra time. Me and Paul will stay with you with a turnaround, because normally it takes about a couple of minutes to turn the teams around and go again. So Nicholas and Co can have a little bit more respite and discuss the whole of extra time, regardless whether it goes to penalties or not at the end. So me and Paul will chit-chat in amongst the turnaround. So we'll stay with you for the entire extra time. And here come the Argentinians now. 1 goal now could be so critical. And now it's come a case now, Paul, where either side don't lose.
As the game goes on, you're going to see less and less venturing forward and more settling for not losing the game.
Well, Argentina had half a chance there for Racuna, but it was never troubling the scorers or the goalkeeper for that matter. But you're quite right, Paul. It is going to be one of those. But we saw that in the Holland-Argentina game, where both teams didn't want to lose it, although Argentina nearly won it at the end when Alvarez hit the post. So you never know. Well, we've got about a minute to go of the first period of extra time. We'll get an indication whether we'll have stoppage time or not at the end of that 1 minute. I don't suppose we'll get too much in that front. The players are knackered enough as it is.
Yeah, there's not been much stoppages, maybe a minute.
A minute would be, well, I wouldn't mind if it was just 15 minutes and then just swap round. Here's Messi. He tries the ball in there. Messi gets it again. There might be a chance here. Wood block. And it looks as if they're going to pull the trigger. Another shot comes in, deflects over. And Oncamo has just saved his side, because it looked to all intents and purposes that Fernandez was going to make it 3-2. What a block this is.
Oh,
goal saving block
here. Absolutely. Match saving block.
And then Montel's shot. Superb. And then Varane showing his capabilities, stopping Montel's shot, because that was goal bound too. 4 seconds of the first period to go of normal time of extra time. This will be the last play I would fancy here. Messi would take the corner. And Paul James, you're all right. It's going to be an extra 1 minute. Messi's corner. In it goes towards the far post. There's a bit of pushing and shoving going on, and France could get it away, or should get it away, and they'll get a throw-in for that. So, well, we'll come to Paul while we swap round. Let's just get through this next 20, 30 seconds and get to the end of half-time and extra time, and I'll get Paul's views on what might happen in the next 15 minutes at the turnaround. Because anything could... Oh, man, I haven't said that. Here come Argentina. Oh, he's gone wide. They claim a corner. They're not going to get it. It was Martinez breaking. Flag stayed down. He beat Lloris, and the ball trickled wide, Paul.
What a chance! Oh, this is the best chance he'll get in extra time. What a chance! Should have scored there.
And there goes the whistle. Oh, how much more drama can we take? So it still remains 2-2. Argentina have had possibly 2 or 3 of the better chances. And still, there is no separating them. So they'll have a quick turnaround. So we're going to stay with you in the commentary box. Nicholas, panel, hold fire for another 15 minutes. So, Paul, how are your nerves? What's going to happen in the next 15? How much more drama can we take?
I don't know, JB, but it's pretty unpredictable right now. You can see that the French bench are on edge there. You saw Didier Deschamps ripping into Marcus Thuram there. But it is at the moment a very high pressure cooker situation. 1 goal may be enough to win it. Got to take the chances if they come, because as the second period progresses, there's going to be less and less opportunity going forward.
Well, I thought they were going to quickly turn around. They've been taking drinks and being in huddles, which is quite ridiculous. You've got to turn around and get them playing. The referee's got to take some responsibility here. Maybe it's the heat, but normally, well, they shouldn't be having team talks at this point. It should just swap round, get on with the second half. This is ridiculous, and FIFA have got to clamp down on this, because quite frankly, this is preposterous. You know, Argentina are ready to go. France need to get out and do the same.
It's rather a long break, isn't it, for a half time of extra time?
Yeah, because normally they just change round, swap round, get on with it. The referee is doing nothing to curb it. He's got to get this game. I mean, obviously the last thing we want is to go on and long into till midnight tonight. But well, I think is that Sepp Blatter there I see in the picture there, the ex-disgraced FIFA president.
Wonder what he's doing here.
I'm sure he's a lifelong president, but it looked like Sepp Blatter. It might not have been actually, but it looked like him. He has got a lot older since those heady days when he was president and general secretary of FIFA.
Well,
they're underway now. So here we go, 15 more minutes. If we don't get a verdict in this next quarter of an hour, it's a penalty shootout. It's France 2, Argentina 2 in the World Cup final of 2022. Well, when I started my co-of-the-year commentaries, I did not expect to be calling something as dramatic as a World Cup final in this magnitude. What a way to end 2022 as a commentator for me. So, no changes as far as I can work out. It's been arum scarum. Cross comes in. It's Argentina with the first attack. Comes to nothing. Out for a goal kick. Now then, if you're Didier Deschamps or Lino Scaloni, do you streak or do you twist?
Well, I think they do have an extra change in extra time, and right now France have used 5 of their substitutions, 4 for Argentina. So
Paul Pogba there, I've just seen. Yeah, just seen Paul Pogba there in the picture. Obviously out for injury. So what a asset he could have been for France going forward. I know he didn't have his best time at Manchester United, but still a class act. Paul Pogba on the world stage was a vital part in how they achieved the World Cup success 4 years ago in Russia. Well, one ball forward, out comes the goalkeeper Luis, who had to get that palm it away because it's right on the edge of the penalty area. And obviously, if you handle it outside the area, more often than not, it's an instant red card. So, the stripes of Argentina, the blue and white stripes, come charging forward. They've got a throw in, level with the French 6-yard line. It's a good throw to Messi, who volleys it first time, and the goalkeeper had to get down at his near post and did just about enough. And it's gone behind for a goal kick to France. It must have come off the Argentine last, but Messi again, not afraid to get a shot in. That was creeping in, and the goalkeeper just had to make sure.
Smart save. It was creeping in, as you say. He gets down well and just makes a save there. Good goalkeeping.
Excellent goalkeeping. Funnily enough, he didn't have a chance with both the penalty or the second Argentine goal that went past him from Di Maria. But he was badly exposed on the second Argentinian goal. So too was Eni Martinez on Mbappe's magnificent equaliser. Which is why we're still in extra. This is why we're in extra time right now. Score stands at 2-2 in the World Cup final. And you have to say, between two magnificent teams, who by far and away have been the stars of the World Cup, and that looked offside to me. Shot comes in. The goalkeeper says, "Did that cross the line?" It did. Argentina are in the lead. The goal stands, and Argentina are 3-2 up. I thought they were in an offside. He still might go to VAR yet. But as we stand, Argentina lead in the World Cup final for the second time. It's 3-2.
Well, that might have been offside, but it was sort of level with the line in the penalty area, so maybe the linesman can use that.
Well, let's see. Was Messi offside? Well, no, he's level. He's level. The goal stands. The first shot comes in. It's Messi who'll claim it. It's Messi with the second one. And he moves to 7 now in the goal scoring front. Oh, it's to in and fro in. Messi could well be the hero for Argentina.
Yep, it's offside, JB. No doubt about it.
Goal stands 3-2. And he's got 2 now. 109. Well, 19th minute of the second half. The goal does stand. He was onside. Well, whoever won this, and whoever wins this, it was whatever happens now from here to eternity. This game will go down in the annals as one of the greatest games of World Cup finals there's ever been.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's I don't know whether VAR checked it, but it was right. It was onside. But I'll tell you, it crossed the line as well. And I don't know if we're going to be able to see France get back in this. Never say never. We've already seen it.
Yes, we've already seen it. That's his 90th goal, incidentally, for Argentina. He's only 2 off the century, but I don't think there'll be enough time for him to get a century of Argentinian goals tonight. But what an ambassador to the game he's been. So Argentina, with 10 minutes to go, are on the verge of World Cup greatness. But then again, Paul, when have we said that before?
Yeah.
And looking at, the Farmer just said, look, he's about a yard onside by the VAR replay, and I think that's absolutely correct. Good save from Lloris, incidentally, in the first instance as well. Very unlucky to get beaten on the rebound.
Yeah, it was unfortunate there, but nobody was watching Messi in the French defence, and a desperate attempt to clear it off the line wasn't good enough. Messi had too much space there for me.
Well, the El Rey Messi charge comes again. Russ is quite right. He was never offside. 3-2, and Argentina's powers of recovery are there for all to see. Now, it's a case of Messi raising Mbappe again. I'm level with you. What have you got next? Both players are on a hat-trick, and I never thought it. I thought there might be a to-in and fro between the two players, but I didn't think both of them at this stage of a final would actually be on a hat-trick. I never envisioned saying that 2 hours ago. What a match it has been, and if you are enjoying it with us at home, I hope the commentary has come across as dramatic as the game has, because I tell you what, the game has been absolutely dramatic. If you're watching this on television and you're listening to us, you have made the right decision. And there's still 9 minutes of it, less than 9 minutes, and there's still this to go. And what more drama could we have? 3-2 to Argentina. Messi with a brace. And Di Maria with another goal. Mbappe with a brace for France. And Varane has hurt himself down by his own corner quadrant on the near side. 8 minutes of this to go. It's a pressure cooker inside this stadium in Doha. Varane's off, incidentally. Konate is on. Well, Deschamps pulled it off with the substitutions before. Can he do it again with Konate?
Oh, Varane looks exhausted, doesn't he?
I think everybody looks exhausted. Argentina playing it to the corners now. Maybe it's a bit early in the day. Still a bit of time to go. And Argentina must feel that the job, well, not quite nearly done, but getting towards that way now. 109 minutes. The goal was timed, incidentally, for Lionel Messi. Well, so much, just so many years, the saviour of Argentinian football, this little fella. Formerly of Barcelona, now playing his shade at the age of 36 for Paris Saint-Germain. He's won everything there is to win in the games. Champions Leagues, league titles in Spain and in France. Never admittedly played in the Premier League or the FA Cup. Would have loved to have seen him do that. But you can't have everything. But he's been such a magician for so many years. So when you get the privilege of commentating on a player like Messi, now there's a flare up here. There's a free kick to France, almost be definite. Now there's Camingo has gone down in a heap, and there's a bit of a brawl. And I hope we don't see the sort of scenes that we saw in the Argentina-Holland game, when there's about 15 brawls in that one game alone. And the referee at this stage, Paul, does not need to lose control of this, because up to now, he's refereed it well, really reasonably up to now. There's going to be a yellow card for Nicolas Orlando Perez. In fact, he's got the booking. But the last thing he wants to do at the moment in time, the referee, is lose control of it.
Yeah, but that was a savage tackle. The referee was right.
Savage.
The yellow card.
Absolutely going on the money, but the ball in. There's a couple of players gone down for that free kick. Referee said, no, get up, get on with the game. Now then, Koundé, not a good ball. Sold his teammate down the river a little bit there. Koundé knocks it forward again. The French, are they finished or are they still in with a shout? They need a goal now in the next 5 minutes. 5.5 minutes. They've got a corner. This is where they have to strike now, Paul, where the iron is hot.
Yeah, they've got to try to get themselves back in the game, because right now, Argentina, what they're going to do now is they're going to sit back and they're going to start their time wasting, if you will.
In actual fact, Varane, in fact, was one of the French players with the sickness bug, with the flu bug, so he's done well to do that. Alexis McAllister, he's had a good game. Well, he had a good 90 minutes anyway. A Brighton man. And as Paul said earlier on in the piece, there'll be a lot of people, bigger clubs, from not just in England, but in Europe, I fancy, that will be looking at his services. So Brighton fans may well be a little bit worried that his price tag, that some of his suitors might be from abroad as well, might be tempted away. Pereira's come on. French corner now, into the area. Can they equalise for a third time? Shot comes in, it's charged away. Now then, what's he given here? Handball, is it penalty? Is it a penalty? I'm not quite sure. Paredes is the offender. Is this inside the box, or is it a free kick? Possibly a free kick. I'm not quite sure. Montero's armed it's hit, and it's inside the area. Could be a penalty. It is.
Well, his arm is out. That's a penalty for me.
It's a penalty. And Mbappe can score a hat-trick. Montero's been booked. Oh, 4 minutes to go. Surely, it can't possibly get any more tense for drama. And surely Mbappe's got to take this. He's on a hat-trick, Paul.
Oh, yeah. I can't take any more, JB.
And if you're not, carry on.
I'm going to need to lie down after this game.
You bet. I'll need one. I'll need somebody to eat too. Mbappe has got the responsibility. Can Emi Martinez of Aston Villa pull off the miracle and save? Mbappe is on the verge of history here. Because if he scores, he becomes the first player since 1966 to score a hat-trick in a World Cup final. Sir Geoff Hurst, remember. Kylian Mbappe, right foot against Emi Martinez, and this would draw France level. He steps up, right-footed, and it's gone! I don't believe this! I just literally and honestly do not believe this! Mbappe goes to 8 goals for the tournament. He becomes the second player in World Cup finals history to score a hat-trick after Sir Geoff Hurst. And Argentina and France are deadlocked again at 3 goals each.
Incredible, JB. Absolutely incredible. He takes the lead in the Golden Boot again, which has really been a significant aspect of this game. It's changed a couple of times. Oh, wow.
And, well, I said at the end of the Holland-Argentina match a week ago, it was the longest commentary shift in history. I think this is topped it, Paul, because we had 4 goals then. We've had 6 goals tonight. Di Maria can't believe it. But it was a handball. It was a penalty. They would have checked it on the VAR. 2 minutes to go. And it's 3-3. And we're back in towards those dreaded penalties again, Paul.
It's starting to look that way, JB. It's starting to look that way.
But never back against the late winner here, because we've still got 1:45 of normal time to go. And who knows? Here's Messi, who's on a hat-trick himself. Well, Mbappe now leads the Golden Boot award. I'm sure you would want to rather trade that in for a World Cup winner's medal. It would be second if he was to achieve it. Corner will be given to Argentina. Acuna's cross hit a defender from the left-hand side. Oh, keep commenting in the comment section, folks, because but keep your comments clean. I can't read what Mike said in his last comment because he swore. Presumably because he's got 160 quid riding on Argentina in the street streak. He'll be quivering now for the next few minutes. Here's Messi with the corner from the right-hand side, from the left-hand side rather. It comes out to a Frenchman who just boots it away, but you've got to say Mbappe has been, oh dear me, maybe we were a bit premature giving Di Maria the man in the match, because now Mbappe's just raised it with a hat-trick. You can't change it, obviously, but Mbappe has been something else, hasn't he?
Well, he has. He's been absolutely sensational. The first player to get a hat-trick in the World Cup final since the Jeff Hurst. And what a final it's been, JB. It's certainly been the best one in my lifetime.
Well, we thought the one 4 years ago was... Oh, there might be a 4-point. Oh, he's just gone wide from Manani. And it must have been the faintest of flicks. That, if it had been a bit more substance on the header, would have won France the World Cup. Oh my days, Paul.
He should have scored, or he should have at least hit the target. What a chance.
And to add to the drama, there's going to be another 3 minutes of stoppage time at the end of extra time. FIFA don't half like drumming up the tension. Forget Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Who needs that when you've got the World Cup final of this magnitude?
Definitely true.
The only thing that's missing from this game is Jeremy Clarkson. But anyway, there's a substitution. Kunde has had a good game himself. It's got off. And Diarcy has come on. Presumably, he will be one of the statutory 5 penalty takers. But you never know. With everything that's gone on in the 120 minutes before, another substitution being made. And the referee will surely have time on for this, incidentally. Telefigo has got off. And Dembala, who can take penalties, does come on. So that's an interesting change. So we've played a minute of the 3, but I think there'll be a minute more just for the substitutions themselves. Dembala gets his first touch on the left-hand side. Feeds the ball forward, and a good challenge there. And it's Konate who came in there and made a very telling challenge there. Acuna comes on. So we'll take the throw. Nearly level with the 18-yard box. We are now 90 seconds away from a penalty competition. What a long old 3-hour broadcast. It's going to be 4 or 5 hour broadcast, this one. When we started this commentary 4 hours, we started this broadcast nearly 4 hours ago. Few could have envisioned what would happen. A 6-goal thriller in a World Cup final. We've had a few of those. 1966 4-2 against West Germany for England 4 years ago. And onside. And no, it's through. A good save. Whistle's gone. Martinez had got through, but the whistle has gone offside, presumably, against Martinez. Yep.
Oh, what if it was onside, though, what a chance to win the game.
Well, he might have felt less Well, think about it now. If he had scored, he'd have been a bit more red-faced than he would have been just now. So Mbappe's penalty goal, that's 2 from the penalty spot, incidentally, from Kylian Mbappe. And you can bet your bottom dollar he'll be taking one of the penalties if it goes to penalties. Still 30 seconds to go. There still might be a winner. And there might still be a winner. There might still be a winner. No, Martinez has saved it. It was Manani who got through. And Annie Martinez has just saved his country. Now at the other end, Messi. And the ball played through. Are we going to see it? And a header wide from Martinez. And that will be the last chance. And no doubt at all about Paul James. We are having a penalty shootout.
Well, Martinez, that save might well be the difference. If it goes to it's going to go to a penalty shootout likely now. And that save is what has kept his country in it. Because that was sensational kick save right there.
That's it. Time for a gin. I might join you, Rebecca, afterwards. If you make me after the game. We've played 30 seconds over the 3 minutes. It's almost possibility now. It's more than a possibility. In fact, it's going to be a reality that we're going to have a penalty shootout. The referee's still not blown. He's got his whistle to his lips, but still we play on. 3-3 it stands. Penalties were odds on here, unless Mbappe can perform another miracle and score a 4th. He takes on his defenders, needs someone to cross to. He's got 3 in the box. He might go alone. He might go alone. And he almost tried to do a shades of Eddie Gray 50 years ago against Burnley almost there if he had pulled it off. Jesus. And the whistle has gone. Well, Paul, sum that up.
Incredible manoeuvre by Mbappe. I think he just delayed on getting his shot away. He maybe got his shot away a bit earlier. But that is incredible. Just incredible. I don't know.
Yeah, shades almost of Eddie Gray 50-odd years ago against Burnley. If he had pulled it off, it would have been one of the greatest goals ever scored in a World Cup final individually. But we are going to a penalty shootout. And at this stage, well, we'll be back in about 5 minutes for the penalties. But I have to tell you, Nicholas, this is one of the best games in 7 years as a commentator I've ever had the privilege of commentating on. But we're going to go back to the studio now. Join Nicholas Jones and the panel of Russ, Jack and Mike, quibbling Mike, to get their opinions on what's been a thrilling last half an hour. 3-3 after extra time. Penalties coming right up.
Thanks, JB. Well, I wasn't expecting extra time like that, but Kylian Mbappe scoring his hat trick, the first to do so for 56 years, and I have to say, gents, penalties will be a really exciting one.
It will, Nicholas. It will, my friend. And I'm sat here still biting my fingernails throughout that extra time. I'm not sure if I've ever seen a game like that before. And I just want to say congratulations to JB and Paul. I know it's not finished yet because there's penalties to come, but fantastic commentary from you both this afternoon, going into the early evening. Great, sterling work, guys. And by the time we come off air, Nicholas, we'll be on for nearly probably 4.5 hours by the time we come off air. Fantastic coverage from us all today, but what a game we have seen. Jack,
I was just going to add to that as well. What a final. You thought, I said it, there was going to be a moment for Messi. He delivers, he puts the ball into the back of the net there for 3-2. And then Mbappe is just like, France get the penalty and Mbappe is like, well, anything that you can do, I'll more than match, and I'll put the ball away and I'll go and put France level. Put himself ahead in the Golden Boot stakes as well. And then obviously, what a game this has been, and penalties to decide it. Me and Jack and yourself, Russ, we've all got money on this in some way as well for Argentina. So. Twice we've had it taken away from us. Please, thank God, hopefully it's not going to be 3 times.
Yes, and up Emi Martinez saves one of these French penalties. But before the penalties do start, Jack, do you want to come in quickly and give your thoughts before Nicholas goes back to the boys?
Yeah, just quickly, I think this has been the best final that I've ever seen in a World Cup, and one of the best games of football that I've ever seen. Two teams wanting it so badly. France coming into this game after the appalling first half. There's been so many stories of this game. That final couple of minutes there, where it was just end to end for both sides. I can't think of a game that I've watched that's been anything anywhere near like this. This is what you want in a World Cup final. And I think whoever wins this now, yeah, well deserved to either team who wins it. It's been a great game. It's been a great show. And it's been a great show for ourselves as well, I think, also.
Indeed. So we now. It's time for the penalty shootout now. Will this be the fairy tale ending for Lionel Messi? We shall see. Now let's rejoin Paul James and JB Stuttard.
Thank you, Nicholas Jones and panel. Welcome back to Doha. The penalties will be taken down the left-hand side of the ground. Both goalkeepers shake hands. The third time in World Cup finals history that we're going to see a penalty shootout. And Kylian Mbappe will go first for the French. Already scored twice in the actual game. It's him against Martinez, part 3. Remember, 5 penalties each. It's level after 5, sudden death. Mbappe steps up, right-footed, and it's scored. The goalkeeper got a hand to it, Paul, but couldn't keep it up. And France get the early break of an early goal in the shootout, 1-0.
Yeah, you always want to score your first if you're going first. That was a good penalty. That's 3 out of 3 for Mbappe today. Might be interesting stat to see when the last time that happened.
Well, that doesn't add to his golden boot, incidentally. Neither will this next penalty if it's successful from Lionel Messi. So the two, well, Mbappe has won the golden boot, I should add, at this point. And Messi will go second now for Argentina. Will go first for Argentina in the shootout. He scored in the quarter-final win against Holland. Again, it'll be left-footed Messi. You can bet your boots on that. Can he beat Lloris for a second time? Stepped up. Oh, no problem. Goalkeeper went the wrong way, then went the right way. But by the time he gone the right way, Paul, it was in the net. 1-1.
Yeah, he took a step to his left. If he'd have not done that, he might have saved that.
So, 100% each. After 1 penalty each. Argentina 1, France 1. And for the third time this has ever gone to penalties, the World Cup final. The last time you have to go back to 2006 in Berlin. And Italy beat France in the final. Coleman with the next one for France. Right footed. Oh, Martinez has saved it! Martinez has saved it again! He saved 2 in the quarterfinals. He's done it in the final. Now they'll be checking on the VAR whether he moved off the line before the kick is taken. Did he? Not for my money.
Let's have a look.
At least 1 foot has to be behind the line. That's a good save.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, that was good. That was good save too. Got across well, made the save nicely there.
The hero of the quarterfinals at it again. So, Twy Dybala, who is brought on specifically to take a penalty, will take Argentina's second penalty. Left-footed and he scored. Left-footed and he scored down the middle. Lloris should have stayed at home, Paul. 2-1 to Argentina after 2 each.
Yeah, because that was a pretty bad penalty, actually, looking at that. A bit more power on it. It would have been a bit like the Stuart Pearce miss against West Germany in 1990 because he dived first and there just wasn't enough power on the penalty and it just went in. Kind of weird how I explained that, but yeah.
Yeah, well, we got the idea. It was it was basically a scuff penalty. It didn't look as if it was hit with any particular power. That the goalkeeper had made up his mind to dive to his right. Anyway, next up is Tomani for France. Eddie Martinez has saved 1 already. He was the hero at the end of the extra half an hour when he saved the point blank. He saved the penalty already. Tomani has to make it 2-2 now. Going to be right-footed. And, oh, he's missed it! The goalkeeper wasn't required to make a save. And Argentina, is it written in the stars, I wonder? France have missed another one.
Well, that's a poor penalty. Wow. Pulls it wide. Now that's left them now. If Argentina score here, they're on match point.
Yes, and I think Martinez actually in truth would have got there as well. We should also add now Paredes could put them on the brink. Now Lloris needs to save this one for the world champions, the current world champions. Paredes, right-footed. Again, they'll be watching for encroachment from the goalkeeper. And it's there for Paredes. And I think that's it. It is. Argentina are nearly there, I think. What a good penalty that was. A terrific penalty beyond the goalkeeper. Lloris pressed ball and he didn't quite get anywhere near it. And now this has to be, well, if Martinez saves now, it's all over, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't want to be stepping up and taking this penalty, I can tell you that.
And the man who's got to step up and take it is the Argentinians are almost there now. Is it written in the stars, Lionel Messi? Well, it's going to be Manani. He was denied at the death of extra time. He has to score. And he does. And that is the perfect way to blast it down the middle. Martinez went the wrong way. Argentina still have a kick to win it. But it's 3-2 to Argentina now.
Yeah, they would need to miss their last two penalties for this to go to sudden death at this point. But that was a good penalty right down the middle.
Well, number 4 now, Montel, who could have had one himself in extra time. If it wasn't kicked off the line, has got the responsibility. If he scores, Argentina will win the World Cup for the first time since 1986. What a pressure penalty this is. If he scores, Argentina win the World Cup. Montel, right-footed against Hugo Lloris. He shoots, and it's scored! And Argentina, for the first time since 1986, are the champions of the world. After one of the most amazing World Cup finals of any time, of all time, we have seen one of the most amazing games. The French missed 2 penalties, which in the end cost the former dethroned world champions. And the World Cup, for the first time since 2002, is going back to South America and to Argentina for the first time since 1986.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. We have been treated to the best World Cup final, certainly in my lifetime and probably since 1966. Just absolutely outstanding. Outstanding what we've been treated to today. It's been a privilege being part of this. And I feel sorry for the French having to lose this way. But unfortunately, this is the way of things, isn't it? This is the nature of the beast. And congratulations to Argentina. What a moment for them.
I suppose it could have been worse. It could have been won or lost on a coin toss in the olden days. But you feel for Mbappe, of course, but you feel delight and joy for the great Lionel Messi. El Rey Messi, I called him. Didn't get a hat-trick tonight. Won't win the Golden Boot, but he won't mind that at all because he's won the World Cup for the first time. Maybe the only time he ever win it. But what a way to crown a career off, Paul. What a victory for him.
Absolutely, and that's it now. He has won everything. The Copa America, 2 domestic league titles in different countries, the FIFA Club World Cup. He's won
several Champions Leagues as well. Several Champions Leagues with Barcelona. Let's just get some comments before we head back to the studio. Get their views on the shootout. Trevor says best final since 66. Echoes what you said, Paul. Better than the Trevor Sports 2020 Cup final. Chris Whiteman says best final, of course, in 66. Ryan Moore moment for me. Thank you, poet Trev. And incredible. Well, there are the comments. Just some of the comments that are flooded in. And I just want to thank everybody for their support and comments this afternoon. Right, me and Paul are going to have a lie down for about 10 minutes, and we're going to get ready for the presentation. So let's hand you back to a pretty happy studio with Nicholas and the panel. 3-3 after extra time here in Doha. Argentina win it 4-2 on penalties.
Thanks, JB. Lionel Messi realizes a childhood dream at last, and Russ and Mike, you get your money. So you must be very pleased with that on a personal level, but on a more serious, but seriously, Argentina well deserved to win.
Yes, absolutely. Fantastic penalties from Argentina. I just knew Emi Martinez were going to save one of the spot kicks. He did it in the quarterfinals against the Dutch, and he's done it in the final against the French as well. Fantastic penalty save. And Mike Arneman will be seeing a World Cup winner in January when he goes and watches his beloved Stevenage against Aston Villa in the FA Cup third round as well. And Nicholas, you mentioned that myself and Mike won some money. Jack has also won some money. He was in the Common Club sweepstake that we had at the start of the tournament. He had Argentina, so Jack has also won some money this evening as well. So all three of your panelists will be very, very happy with that. But first of all, Mike, you get to see a World Cup winner in January. You must be pleased to see a World Cup winner in January and a former Arsenal player doing so as well.
Yeah, absolutely. If he plays, of course, for Aston Villa on that occasion, because they might change things up with the team. But yeah, just imagine that the first game back after my holiday, going to watch Stevenage play at Aston Villa, and they line up with Emi Martinez in goal, who's just won the World Cup. That'd be something else. But yeah, Argentina for me deserved this today. With the better team overall for large portions of the 90 minutes. Got the 2 goals and then just couldn't see it out because Mbappe, was gonna take no messing around and wanted to play a big part in this final as well, which he rightly did. Getting himself a hat trick there and getting the golden boot as well, and playing a big part for France. And you have to feel sorry for them, but yeah, it's a great way for Lionel Messi to sign off and for Argentina to do it for him in that way. 4 very good penalties, might I add, as well from Argentina there. And then obviously the mind games from Emi Martinez playing a part as well in terms of that side of things. But yeah, looking forward to hopefully seeing Emi Martinez up against Stevenage in next month's FA Cup. That'd be very, very cool if that was the case. But for now, I'm just enjoying the money, mate. It's as I said, just at the end of extra time, Argentina were 2-0 up, then they were 3-2 up, and luckily, we didn't get the cash snatched away from us in the end.
Indeed, yes. But like Mike said, take nothing away from France. They played their hearts out throughout. Despite what's happened. Despite a rather lackluster first half of them, they came back and boy, did they ever come back. But in the end, it just wasn't to be for them. They failed to defend their title. But also spare a thought for Angel Di Maria. He didn't stay on longer, but he'll be going away one happy man, I'm sure.
He will, Nicholas. He will. He played well in the time he was on the pitch. I thought when they took him off, I thought that's it. Argentina have lost him now. France were going to go and win it because I thought he was one of the players that really changed the game really, really well in Argentina's favour when he was on the field of play. But the Argentina didn't throw it away in the end. They knew what they were doing. They wanted to get it to penalties because they know they've got a king between the sticks in Emi Martinez who can save penalties, and they've got a king taking them as well in their captain Lionel Messi. And just to fetch in on while we're talking about the overall game, and Mike's already had to say, and Jack, you've also got some money coming as well, my friend. But But what a game we've witnessed this evening.
Yeah, as I said just before the penalties, perhaps the greatest World Cup final ever, perhaps one of the greatest games of football ever, and it's ended in the most iconic of circumstances. In a few minutes' time, we're going to see one of the most iconic photos in football you're ever going to see, one of the most iconic moments, Lionel Messi with the World Cup trophy. I don't think it gets any better than that for football lovers anywhere. It's going to be special. On the whole, Argentina, I think they have deserved it. You know, they were always going to push to win it. I think, as I said, France, they do have a better squad. They do have a general better squad of players. They didn't play well in the first half, but they showed why they were defending champions in the second half and into extra time as well. They did play phenomenal after that first half, and I think they can come away with proud of their own performance after the first half, and there really can't be any shame for them. They tried their all, but this was always going to be Lionel Messi and Argentina's moment. And of course, yeah, the sweepstake money's not bad as well. So happy days all round and all smiles here as well.
Yeah, and Nicholas, just before we move on and get some comments here from Trevor as well. And Trevor says Jeff Hurst of England remains the only man to score a World Cup final hat-trick and win the tournament. Chris Wyman says the GOAT debate is no longer a debate. And Trevor's also said Messi's never won a League Cup, kind you. And then Eleanor was in the chat throughout the afternoon was putting Messi deserves it. Or congratulations, Argentina. As a Brazilian football fan, I'm glad the World Cup comes to South America after a long while. Congrats to you all for the World Cup matches broadcast. Thank you as well for listening in. Rebecca says, same Messi officially canonized. And one of my friends who I watch on Twitch has been in touch, Bearded Twig, all the way from Australia, says, what a game. And it says, a very good evening to us also. Hope your day is going well over in Australia. Bearded Twig as well. Hopefully you're doing okay, my friend.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Not only congratulations to the panel for winning that money, but also congratulations to everybody who's contributed to putting their voices in for the commentary hub. Terrific entertainment throughout this whole tournament. And we're just about a couple of minutes away from the awards presentation. We'll confirm with Paul and JB in a moment. But all I can say is the likes of Mbappe and co, they will be back.
They will, Nicholas. They will come back from this. And at the end of the day, the best side, I'm not just saying this because I had them in the sweepstake. On the day, the best side won the match in the end. I know it went to penalties, but the best side won it in the end. And you mentioned, just say thank you to people who's contributed to the channel. I've got a list here of people who's contributed, so I'm going to read a few names out. So obviously yourself, Nicholas, great work and sterling job again today, my friend. JB, Paul, Mike as well, myself, Jack Essen, who's with us again today, Chris Coughlin, who you've heard throughout the tournament, Liam Busby, Sean Kelly, Luke Turton as well. They're just the voices of our coverage that we've had this winter. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage this winter as well. And fantastic coverage from everyone, and being a privilege to put you all on the games I've put you on, and hopefully you've all enjoyed the games you've covered. And Nicholas, sterling work today, my friend. You've also this absolutely fantastically, so well done to you as well, my friend.
Thank you very much. All I can say is that it's been a privilege. It's been a privilege to do it on this channel. Not only did I get to host the opening match, I also got to host the final. So thank you very much for that. After this all finishes, I'm not craving any drinks. I'm actually after a takeaway, but but that is still to come. There's also going to be other awards for the Golden Boot. There's also going to be awards for the Golden Ball and Golden Gloves, and also the FIFA Player of the Tournament. But all I can say is, everybody, what a World Cup we have had.
Absolutely, Nicholas. And just remember as well, this Argentina side lost their first game to Saudi Arabia. What a comeback from them as well. You know, losing that one to Saudi Arabia. Everybody's shocked by that and the result of that one. And then they go all the way and win the tournament. Yeah, that's football for you. That's World Cup football. That's tournament football, knockout football. You know, you couldn't write that at all.
Not only that, but it was justice for 2014 when they lost to Germany in extra time at 1-0, and I can see on my monitor what it means to Lionel Messi crying as one would expect him to do. The Argentine supporters jumping up and down, and in fact the players are running over to them. And I actually saw about 15 or so minutes ago Lionel Scaloni crying his eyes out. He's obviously sharing it all with them.
Absolutely, Nicholas. Absolutely, it's been fantastic today. Lionel Messi, not just in this final, but he's been fantastic in the whole tournament. And the second goal, which made it 3-2 to Argentina, his second of this final today, was absolutely fantastic. He took it well, and the celebrations then when he thought he won it was absolutely fantastic. He's now won it, and I think now he'll probably retire from international football, like he said he probably would at the beginning of the tournament. If Argentina won it, he'd probably retire. So, and what a way to go out as well, scoring 2 goals in the World Cup final and helping your country go on to win it, scoring his penalty in the shootout as well. And I know Jack Heston wants to come in on this one. So, Jack, over to you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for this Argentina side, I was writing them off before the tournament, I have to admit, even though I did get them in the sweepstake. I wasn't too confident in their chances. Again, you look at the squad, there's not a lot of proper complete world-class talents in there, but none of that mattered in the end. It was all about Lionel Messi. It was a Lionel Messi show from the start to the finish. I often think back of that game after they lost to Saudi Arabia, and I think it was about the 60th or 70th minute. They were drawing nothing each with Mexico. A loss to Mexico might have put them out of the tournament altogether. Lionel Messi steps up from 25 yards, hits it back of the net, and from then Argentina have been absolutely ruthless in every game they've played. In games against teams like Holland, who, you could maybe argue had, again, a better overall squad, ran them right up to penalties, got them over the line on penalties. And again today, France, you look at the quality they had, you look at the players that they had, and you think, yeah, on paper, France are going to win this. But Argentina had that one thing, Lionel Messi. And, you talk about Lionel Messi, but there was another special talent in there, and it was Emiliano Martinez. He's had his ups and downs in this tournament, I think, but that save at the very end on 120 minutes from, I think it was Kolo Muai, that save he made, and then, again, heroics in the penalty shootout, like the Holland game. It's been flashpoints that have got Argentina through this tournament, but it's gave us some memorable moments. And I think, all in all, being able to see Lionel Messi win the World Cup, I don't think there's anything more special than that. And it completes. I don't think there was any debate to begin with between who's the best, if you're talking between Ronaldo or whatever, but maybe with Maradona. I think this cements anything, and I don't think there's any doubt that anybody can have on Lionel Messi's legacy. Incredible player. Yeah, as I said, just a real special game of football and a special World Cup as well, I think, given how it has ended this evening.
The stage and the podium is being set for the award ceremonies. So, but before we hand back over to Paul and Jamie, just got to quickly mention Kylian Mbappe. I mean, he was comforted just a short while ago by the French president. I mean, even though he lost out, he still got the golden boot. So he's got to be pretty pleased with that.
He has, Nicholas. It's a fantastic tournament. Go on, Mike.
Oh no, so go on, Ross. Go ahead, mate.
Yeah, I think what we're about to say, I think he's had a fantastic tournament. Mbappe, yes, he got an hat-trick today, but like Trevor said, no, it wasn't. He didn't win the World Cup like Sir Jeff Hurst did when he won it with England. Was going to hat-trick in the final, but fantastic performance from him today. He's a fantastic player. He's still got a lot of years ahead of him, so he could come back and be stronger to try and help France regain their crown in 4 years' time. And he's been a fantastic player to watch and covering this World Cup. Absolutely fantastic. And Mike, what were you going to say, my friend?
Yeah, I just think Kylian Mbappe was outstanding today. You know, you could see that what it meant to him to win this tournament back to back. You know, obviously he's in that bracket alongside Erling Haaland. For me, you know, this puts him ahead of Erling Haaland anyway now by some distance, scoring a hat-trick in a World Cup final. You know, he played his part for sure, scored his penalty as well. And, yeah, you know, he's certainly a real top draw player, another one to look out for, one who's going to go on and achieve massive things in the game. You know, he's achieved some big things already, but he'll go on and achieve plenty more. And if you look at the way that, you know, that France got back into the game, it was very much enlarged down to him.
Yes, indeed, and it's the awards ceremonies are almost upon us. So I'm going to hand back over to Paul James and Joy B. Stuttard.
Thank you, Nicholas Jones, and welcome back to Doha, where Paul James and I are still recovering from one of the greatest games of World Cup football, or the greatest World Cup finals I have ever seen in my lifetime, or anyone's lifetime for that matter. We've seen some great finals down the years, but nothing can be as dramatic as what me and Paul have just witnessed for the last 2.5 to 3 hours. The Argentinians still celebrating, and thank God the panel had plenty to talk about. There was a lot of talking points in what has been a terrific panel. And what a send-off. I still don't think he's the GOAT, the greatest of all time, because I think Pelé was still the greatest player ever to have kicked a football, and we go on Cruyff and Diego Maradona. But in this era, there isn't a debate whether who was the greatest of this era. A week ago, Cristiano Ronaldo left the World Cup stage in floods of tears and like a crybaby who just couldn't take losing, and they would deserve to lose, and his team deserved to lose to a Morocco side who battles and were brave-hardened and battle-hardened. And there's Lionel Messi, whose team never gave up when all seemed lost during the run. As Mike rightly said just now, they lost to Saudi Arabia, and a lot of people, including myself, wondered whether Argentina would go out the first round. But they didn't. They then went on to beat Mexico when Messi scored, and then they beat Poland, both by 2-0. Then they beat Australia, only managed to get past them 2-1. Holland in that unforgettable quarterfinal, which I had the privilege of commentating on, was won on a penalty competition. They beat Croatia, no problem, 3-0. And they've just won the biggest prize, the first time since 1986. And every Argentinian in the crowd rises to the one man. But let's not forget that it's not just Messi who played his part in a memorable final. Angel Di Maria got our Player of the Match award. I thought Paul had a good game. I thought that when he was on Julian Alvarez. But really, I think you have to concur with the lads in the studio, the panel. I think Argentina, over the piece, just about deserved it. Although, what a game France gave them. I think that has to be said. Paul James, your thoughts on what's been, now that the dust has settled on what's been a remarkable final. We're still waiting for the presentations to be made, but let's get Paul's views on what's been one of the greatest finals ever played.
Incredible, JB. Absolutely incredible. We are so blessed to be able to sit here and watch this because it has just been one of the greatest games of football I have ever seen. Agree with the panel. Argentina deserve the victory. They've been the better team overall. Feel a bit sorry for France. They pushed Argentina all the way, but I think Argentina were the better team on the night and deserve their victory.
Absolutely. We're still waiting for the presentation. These presentations every World Cup final get longer and longer. Been about 15, 20 minutes since the final whistle, and still no word of when the trophy presentation is going to be. We're just in the lap of the gods as far as FIFA are concerned. Mind you, they're an organisation are two different things. But Lionel Messi, what a career he's had. And if Messi and Ronaldo debate needed to be settled, it's been settled once and for all on this balmy night in Doha. Messi wins the World Cup. Ronaldo doesn't. And that's the top and bottom of it. And for all Ronaldo has achieved, the last 5 weeks for him has been nothing short of pathetic. That ill-fated interview which got him the boot at Manchester United. And then him and his team didn't do themselves justice when they were knocked out of the quarterfinals. As for Messi, he stayed with it. His Argentinian colleagues stayed with it. And they grabbed the greatest reward in world football. And at the end of the day, Paul, the greatest of this generation, you've got to give the honours to Messi over Ronaldo, because unlike Ronaldo, who, when things don't go his way, he throws his dummy up the pram, Lionel Messi is not that sort of person. He's a battler, he's a competitor, and he never stops until he gets the rewards in the game.
Yeah, I think that's it, isn't it? You can have all the talent in the world, but if you don't have hard work, commitment, and professionalism, you're always gonna be second best. And Messi is just dedicated his life to the game with utter hard work, professionalism, and I'm very, very happy for him that he's finally won a World Cup. What a player he is! What a player he is!
What a player he is! Well, the stadium has been plunged into darkness. Torches from mobile phones all around the ground are giving us light. I don't know what FIFA are doing, quite frankly. Just get the presentation up and running. There's a podium that's sort of in a figure of 8, and it's been a night really to savour. But let's just get the presentations out of the way and let's pack up and go home now, because we've come to the end of what's been a remarkable tournament. A tournament really that when it was first mooted to host, when then FIFA President Sepp Blatter gave his blessing, was the tournament won by corruption? Was it won by fair means or foul? Well, we questioned it at the time. Did we question, was a Winter World Cup viable? Well, who knows? It's the first one. Also the final, there's the World Cup at long last being deposited onto the stage. And, well, I wonder what Diego Maradona, the great Diego Maradona, would be thinking right now. Player, manager of Argentina for so many years, sadly died a few years ago, sadly. One of the greatest Argentinians before Messi entered the fray. He was the last man to lift the World Cup in 1986. He was the captain then. I wonder what he will be making of it, Paul, as he looks on from heaven.
Well, I think that entire Argentinian team, Messi especially, will go back to Buenos Aires as heroes, because it's been a long time coming for Argentina. They're used to winning, and it's been a long time coming, and they finally got it.
For 1986, last time they won it, I was 3. I'm 39 now, so 36 years of hurt is over for Argentina. Brazil, well, it'll be 24 years since they last won the trophy. 24 years since any South America teams won it. Since then, Germany, Italy in 2006, Spain in 2010, Germany in Brazil in 2014, as the medals, the gold and silver medals and all the awards have been ushered out by some beautiful air hostesses, I must admit, from one of the tournament sponsors. It was a airline. He's based in Qatar. As I was saying, and then France last time out in Russia. In 24 long years since the South American side has won it, but Argentina football for the last 36 years has been quite in the doldrums. They have reached a couple of World Cup finals. 1990 when they failed to do themselves justice against Germany and Rome, and in 2014 when they lost to a gorgeous goal scored by Mario Götze. I would disagree with Nicholas that this is justice for that, because I don't think on the night that night in Rio they did themselves any justice either. I didn't think Messi did himself justice either. He certainly did himself justice tonight. I don't think there's any question about that.
Yeah, I agree with you.
But it's great. There's the FIFA president, Giovanni Infantino, who took over from Sepp Blatter, who's actually in the background there. We've criticised him a lot for his handling of things. His opening bandit before the tournament began in a press conference didn't win him many favours. I think we can safely say this final is probably the best of any generation. And this tournament has been running since 1930. It's the 92nd year. It's 92 years of existence, if you include qualifiers and all that type of thing. That they still got the plimsolls on. Not a good look. Get some shoes on. It's a final. Get some black shoes on. There's the French president. A few dignitaries. The Argentinian president, incidentally, is on political business, so he won't be handing the trophy over. There's a few Qatarian dignitaries. Let me run through the old presentation party with you, if I may. Presentation party. The Qatari Tahim bin Ami. He's the Qatari Emir. Must be the prime minister in his sort of country. The Turkish president, Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Emmanuel Macron is the French president. Members of the FIFA Council. And Giovanni Infantino, who's the president, of course, of FIFA. And no, Alberto Fernandez, who refused to go to Qatar to watch the final to avoid negative political influences. So that's why he wasn't available. But I'm sure he'll be back in his homeland. The referees get their mementos there, got first. And a word, Paul James, and how the referees performed, especially Simon Manuel of Poland. He had a good game tonight, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. And he refereed the game with common sense and discipline. And there's just not many referees like that out there anymore, JB. And I'd love to see him in the Premier League.
Well, we wouldn't want to see our Spanish friend who refereed Holland against Argentina, that's for sure. He certainly went home with a whimper after that game because he didn't get another World Cup match for the rest of the tournament. He was subsequently flown home, sent home by FIFA after what was a disgusting refereeing display where both Argentina and Holland were very scathing in their criticisms of his refereeing performance, but nothing untoward with the refereeing performance of Simon Minguleth of Poland. He did magnificently, and his two officials, and there's the fourth official as well. One of the fourth official, and there's also a female assistant as well. There's Lionel Messi waiting for his big moment. He will lift the World Cup. He's the captain of Argentina, of course. And the first team that will go up after all the individual awards have been handed out will be the French, dethroned as the champions of Europe, of the world. Didn't do themselves justice in the last European Championships where they lost actually on penalties. And there's the officials, and of course a big word for VARs, read by Thomas Kadovitsky. Actually didn't think VAR had that too much to do. And probably a quiet night for VAR, Paul, considering some of the games that have gone before it.
Yeah, it's always best when it is that way, JB, when VAR is kept out of it, because it's, especially in this World Cup, it's been nothing but controversy.
Well, and Fernandez has picked up an individual award. I'm not sure what that is. He's won an individual award. I wonder if it's player of the tournament or man of the match. I'm not quite sure, but he's an happy boy regardless. Again, he'll have to make that strip up again. It's a figure of 8 podium. I hope he can find his way around it. He's off it now, I think. He'll have to make the one walk round again. Now he'll get his photo presented. It's a young player award he's won. Enzo Fernandez, he had a decent game tonight. Not one of his best games, but got a yellow card. Could have scored, but he did all right. But he'll have to make that one walk back again in about 5 or 10 minutes' time when the World Cup is presented. Golden Glove winner is Emi Martinez of Argentina. Third place for Aston Villa, of course. And any Aston Villa fans watching out there will be very proud of him, I'm sure. He wins the Golden Glove. I know you'd have to put Hugo Lloris and possibly Jordan Pickford in that bracket as well. But Emi Martinez gets the award. His penalty saves were just phenomenal in the quarterfinal against Holland and tonight. You're going to say something, Paul?
Yeah, I think it's justified going to Martinez. I think he's been outstandingly consistent throughout the tournament. His penalty saves, 2 penalty shootouts to get through for Martinez, and I think he was brilliant.
And that save at the end of the extra time as well to deny Milani as well. In fact, had it gone in, we might have been talking about a French victory, but wasn't to be. And Emi Martinez has ended up the hero and the Golden Glove winner. Now the Golden Boot. No consolation for Kylian Mbappe, who I'm sure Paul would want to trade that for a World Cup winners' medal.
Absolutely, but I mean, he's got a long career ahead of him, and he's a quality player. I mean, he's going to have another chance in 4 years.
Yeah, which of course will be held in Canada and the America, United States, and Mexico. The tournament going up to 48 teams as Mbappe receives his award. It'll feel like very scant consolation to score 8 goals in the World Cup. When he looks back and when the dust settles in a couple of years from now, it's a fantastic achievement. But as I said, I think if he was the player he is, I think he would trade all that in to win the World Cup a second time, but just wasn't to be. 48 teams, the next World Cup, Paul. I don't know how they're going to work that one out. Well, we're just waiting for the runners-up to come up. I don't know how they're going to work that out. It's going to be something like 12 groups of 3 or something or other. I don't know how they're going to play that one out.
I hope it doesn't work out that way, because then we have the problem then of going back to possibly what happened in '82. I hope they change it to groups of 4, and I don't know how. I think it might be 12 groups of 4. I'm not sure exactly how it would work out, but I know they were discussing that this past week.
And then Giovanni Infantino, in fact, the other day said that he wants to do a 32-team club World Cup again. How do you find time in the calendar to do that when there's a lot of domestic leagues going on? There's Lionel Messi there. He's enjoying himself, and he'll enjoy himself long into the night. In fact, he's going to pick up an award, presumably for player of the tournament. And if anyone deserved the player of the tournament, I guess it'd be him. 7 goals, assists, galore, hard-working. Helped out a bit in defence tonight, Lionel Messi. And he had a very good match. And I'll tell you what, if this is to be the crowning glory of his career, what a way to go.
Indeed, he's worthy of that award. What a player. What a servant to his country and to the clubs that he plays for. He's absolutely worthy of this award.
And a little kiss for the World Cup, which actually is made of 18-karat gold. Something like 18 inches high as well. Not bigger than the original Jules Rimet trophy, which was first won by Uruguay back in 1930. Wins the Golden Ball Award. And one has to say, a very worthy Golden Ball winner. In the previous World Cups, he flattered to deceive a bit. Not tonight. An amazing talent, an amazing player. Came from the youth ranks at Barcelona, was brought to the club with his family's help to Barcelona. His father moved there with him. His mum and the rest of his family stayed in Argentina when he was about 12 years old. And he's made so many sacrifices, and as the award winners, and that's sporting Mbappe, who probably there's a little smile on his face, but only a little one. So the individual awards have been dished out as Enzo Fernandez joins the awesome foursome. Nice little nod there, sporting nod from Mbappe, and it's good to see after what's been after a game really where tensions would have run high throughout the 120 minutes. Good to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you obviously got tremendous respect between those two teammates. I mean, the teammates, of course, but you got tremendous respect between those two players.
And Mbappe will know that Messi was the benchmark for many years, along with Ronaldo, but Messi, I think, will be the greatest of the generation that's just been. And as the guys were saying, I think the next generation, Mbappe and Erling Haaland, who wasn't competing in the World Cup because his side, Sweden, didn't qualify for the tournament. Let's hope they do in 4 years' time when the tournament goes to North America. They'll have a better chance now. Now the runners-up, led by a beleaguered and disappointed Hugo Lloris, who lifted the trophy in Moscow 4 years ago. And you feel sorry for him. He didn't put a foot wrong in the final. Made a great save on the third goal scored by Messi, which Messi himself took away the rebound. They were winners 4 years ago. They're not going to win it for a third time. They're going to get their losers' medals from Giovanni Infantino, the president of FIFA. There's Macron, the French president, Emmanuel Macron, a proud president. It's a shame Croatia didn't reach the final because the president that was there 4 years ago was a very good-looking lady. I forget the name, but she was quite a good looker. There's the Qatari dignitaries as well. A proud president. Congratulating these players. I saw Matteo Guendouzi going through there. Didn't get on. Sure, he got many minutes in that World Cup. Rabiot, who came off as a substitute. Steve Mandanda, formerly of Crystal Palace, of course. One of the substitute goalkeepers. A tearful Didier Deschamps. But when the dust settles, Paul, France didn't let themselves down in any way. They were poor first half, admittedly. They got themselves back into it in the second half. And there would have been arguments, certainly from the French player, thinking that they could have easily won it at the end too.
Yeah, absolutely. I can see there that Macron gave Didier Deschamps a huge hug there. It's unfortunate for France, but I hope when the dust settles, they go back to Paris, that they don't start talking about Didier Deschamps' future. Unless he retires, France have got an outstanding coach there.
And also, I think they'll be amongst the bookies' favourites for the European Championships in 2024, which is just less than 2 years away. We've just started a qualification campaign for that. That'll be held in Germany. And we hope in 2 years' time that the TCO will be there covering every kick of that one too. I'd just like to say at this point, a big thank you to everybody that's been working on the TCO. I know Russ has mentioned it, Kylian Mbappe, who was consoled by Macron at the end of the game. It's his medal from Macron, and then look at that nice touch there, nice hug. But I just want to say a big thank you to myself. I didn't get to do many games, but commentated in a couple of great matches, a quarter-final and a final. And the games I was allocated, I was very fortunate that we got some great drama. England as well, got a second-round England game, which was a great game for England when they beat Senegal 3-0. Just a shame they couldn't go further than what they did. As the French, I'm sure, will not want to pose for photographs at this point. They just want to get back to the sanctuary of the dressing room, I would have thought. But gallant, brave runners-up. But I just want to say before Argentina get their rewards and the World Cup, a big thank you to Russ Vernon, who is the brains and the brawn, along with Mike Arneman, and behind this commentary hub. It's amazing what they've done in 2 years. It's a privilege to be part of it. A big thank you to Nicholas Jones, our presenter and commentator, who's done the majority of the football here. And he was quite happy to be presenting. Some would argue he should have got the final over me, but I just have that experience. And also I want to thank all the panelists and everyone I've worked with, Paul James, Russ as well. The co-commentators, I've had 3 of them whilst I've been covering this tournament. Russ Vernon, Paul James alongside me. And a big shout to Luke Turton, who was alongside me for a couple of the games. I really enjoyed his company as well. And Luke, we're all behind you on the commentary hub. And I hope you're well back in Nottingham. And I hope to hear you back on the TC hub very soon, Luke. Best wishes to you from everyone here at the commentary hub. As Argentina get their winners' medals made of gold. There'll be plenty of carrots in that gold medal, I'm sure. France incidentally got silver medals. It's like the Olympic Games. Croatia got the bronze medals yesterday. I'm sure Morocco would have got some sort of reward for coming fourth. They had a good run. They were the romantics of the tournament. I was pleased to see Anis Tenori get some game time. It's been a good weekend for football. Mine and Paul's team are something like 7 points clear at the top of the championship. Burnley winning 3-1 at Middlesbrough, at home to Middlesbrough yesterday. And we've just seen one of the greatest World Cup finals of all time. And what a nice early Christmas present we've had tonight, watching a great game of football between 2 great sides.
Absolutely, it's been sensational. We've been so lucky to and privileged to see this. I feel so privileged to have got the opportunity to be the co-commentator tonight in the commentary hub, especially seeing as I've only been in the commentary hub for just under a year. So I feel very fortunate and very privileged to be able to co-commentate on tonight's game.
Well, Di Maria, yes, and it's been a joy to have you. As I said, I've had 3 co-coms throughout the tournament, Luke, Russ and yourself, and it's been a privilege to have you all alongside me during the tournament. Di Maria, happy. Our player of the match, incidentally, Angel Di Maria. A long time ago since Paul awarded that one. Kisses his medal. And some of the players that Palacios getting his medal. Correa as well. Everyone's waiting for Lionel Messi to pick up his memento. Yes, Correa number 15. It's a team effort. It's not just about Lionel Messi. They say one player never makes a team. That's true. They once said that about Johan Cruyff, that he makes the Dutch team. The great Derek Dugan said that one player makes a team. That's not the case. Rodriguez getting his medal. And Gianni Infantino. I just hope FIFA next time out in 4 years from now, just up the stakes and look at that. A Brighton player, a World Cup winner, Alexis McAllister. But I dread to say, Brighton fans, you may well have to try and like Grim life to hold on to him, because he had an exceptional tournament. Dambala, who took one of the penalties, shakes hands with the dignitaries. Eni Martinez, Golden Glove winner and penalty stopper extraordinaire. He was just unbelievable on the night and in the quarterfinals. He didn't have much to do in the semis against Croatia, admittedly, because Argentina on the night were just far too good for the Croats. Fernandez, the young boy who's really grown up at this tournament. Martinez, who had a couple of really good opportunities himself in the game to put the game beyond the French before they got level at 3-3. And what an evening. We're still waiting for Lionel Messi to come up onto the podium. There's the manager, 41-year-old Lino Scaloni. What a job he's done in 3 years. He took it over in 2018 after they had a bad World Cup. They got out the second round. And now he's won a Copa America and has won a World Cup. And there's the main man, Lionel Messi. Giovanni Infantino with words of happiness for him. Well, he's had to wait until the twilight years of his career when some players would just happily play football down the leagues, not this fella. His fitness levels has just been phenomenal for the 15 years as he has been a professional. And he's going to, in a moment or two, get the hands on the world's greatest football prize, the FIFA World Cup. Well, it's been 28 days of real excitement and a real camaraderie. Giovanni Infantino will come up to the World Cup itself. It's on a little plinth. Messi looks like he's been given the freedom of Qatar. The way he's putting that cloak on, just reminds me at the end of the Masters golf when they put the famous green jacket on the winner of that golf tournament. But it's Lionel Messi in a cloak to receive the World Cup from FIFA President Giovanni Infantino. It's been 36 years in the making, and they're absolutely making everybody wait in the stadium for this moment. And what a moment this is going to be. Giovanni Infantino hands Lionel Messi the FIFA World Cup. 36 years of hurt is over. Messi gives it a kiss. Will stroll, and I mean stroll, right over to his teammates. And will lift the cup into the horse sky. Lionel Messi, a little jig of delight. And for the first time since 1986, Argentina are the champions of the world. Lionel Messi lifts the trophy aloft. And Argentina have won the World Cup for the third time. They won it in 78. Mario Kempes was the hero then. Maradona in 86. And Lionel Messi in 2022. And as the celebrations commence here in Doha, my final job is to say a very big thank you to all you listeners out there over the last year, tuning into Commentary Hub coverage. This is my last game of the calendar year. And before I hand back to Nicholas to round everything up, before we do that, let's get a final word from Paul James on the tournament as a whole.
Wow, it's been an outstanding tournament. It's been very, very good, full of shots, full of excitement. I think that in terms of the footballing side of things, it's been a great success, this tournament. Say what you will about everything else, and you can't ignore everything else, don't get me wrong, but you have to take your hat off to the success of this tournament as a whole. And the final, wow, what a showpiece.
A showpiece indeed. Well, there's just remains to me to say, before I hand back for the wrap-up, because we've been on the air for 5 hours now, but I just want to say, I want to wish everybody a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and you'll hear me again for the third round of the FA Cup in early January. But here in Doha, after a 3-3 draw, Argentina win the World Cup 4-3 on penalties, and Messi, let me tell you, Nicholas Jones gets his dream career-ending moment. Argentina, champions of the world.
Thanks, JB. And this will live long in the memory. Lionel Messi finally lifting the Jules Rimet trophy. And before we go, final thoughts from Ross Vernon.
Yes, fantastic coverage today. I just want to say a big thank you to everyone that's tuned into our World Cup coverage today. I just want to let people know, the listeners out there as well, that the team here of the commentary will be taking a break over the Christmas period and will return on the 30th of December with some Premier League action over the New Year period. So on behalf of myself, Nicholas, Jack, Paul, JB, Mike, and everyone else here at the Commentary Hub, we hope you all have a great, fantastic Christmas with your friends and with your family. And until next time, that's all from me. Just want to say a big thank you. Have a good Christmas, everyone. And Merry Christmas to all our listeners and to all our contributors as well. Fantastic coverage and a fantastic game to bring the final post game of our channel before Christmas sees Argentina win the 2022 World Cup 4-1 penalties after 3-3 inside 90, in 3-3 inside 120 minutes against France. We're back to Nicholas to round out the show.
Thank you very much, Russ, and thank you to our listeners not only for tuning in throughout the World Cup, but all year round. You have been wonderful. You have been wonderful to have as our listeners, and as JB said in the commentary, do keep it. If you haven't, then do hit that subscribe button across all our channels, and also click the notifications bell so you don't miss anything. Well, all I can say is that this final was the final chapter of a glittering career for Lionel Messi, and the book of a glittering international career for Lionel Messi, I should say, and the book is now closed. So he can now just concentrate on club football in his twilight years as a player. That's it from us at the Commentary Hub. Like Russ said, do join us on the 30th of December when we resume coverage of the Premier League and beyond. So until then, have a very Merry Christmas, and we'll hope to have you as our listeners on the 30th of September. Good night from us all.